City Park. Let's get it on out now to the guys calling the game, Matt Vasgersian and John Smoltz.
Well, Kevin, the final weekend before the All-Star break, and fans have come out en masse for a terrific series between a pair of postseason hopeful NL Central rivals. Tonight in the Steel City, Baseball Night in America presents the St. Louis Cardinals and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Two teams perched atop the NL Central with not only the best records in the division, but with the two best records in all the National League. With that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth in Pittsburgh with John Smoltz, Matt Vasgersian. Two teams, John, who are led by outstanding pitching staffs, ranking 1 and 2 respectively, the Cardinals and Pirates in team ERA. And they've got a couple of veteran starters out there tonight who are both very hot.
Yeah, they are. And A.J. Burnett, in what could be his swan song the last year, he is having an incredible season. Second only to Zach Greinke. Coming off a 5-0 May, he has really been the second ace for the Pittsburgh Pirates, and for him, his season continuing, trying to catch the Cardinals. For the Cardinals, they're doing it the same formula with pitching. John Lackey, every other month, May and July have been pretty good. You see his last 7 starts against the Central. All the Cardinals do is win. They find a way, and they're doing it with pitching and depth in their rotation.
The class of the NL Central matching up in Pittsburgh tonight. A proof that the balance of power has shifted in the National League to the Central Division. 10 combined All-Stars between the Cards and Bucks, but before these stars hit Cincinnati, they'll be head-to-head over the next 2 nights. Lineups and opening pitch are next. Matt Vasgersian with you. A terrific matchup in store tonight. A great starting pitching duel between two of the most experienced and winningest active starters in baseball. How about A.J. Burnett and the journey he's coming to wrap up in 2015? Drafted originally by the Marlins, went to the Blue Jays for a couple of stints. 3 years in New York, won a World Series there. Things didn't end as well as he could have expected. Went to Pittsburgh, rejuvenated his career. Big deal to go 8-18 in Philly last year. Wasn't healthy as a Philly. Came back to Pittsburgh this season, and at age 38, 17 years into his major league journey, he is finally an all-star. He'll make his 18th starting assignment this season. A 17-year vet, that is, has been most outstanding at home, where he has a 1.28 ERA, tops in the National League. Here's the way Mike Matheny's Cardinals lineup will face him tonight. Two-time All-Star Matt Carpenter leads things off. Kolten Wong and Johnny Peralta follow. Peralta an All-Star for the 3rd time this season. Jason Hayward has been good of late in right field batting cleanup tonight. Yadi Molina, a 7-time All-Star, catches and hits number 5. Mark Reynolds, Randall Grichuk, rookie Tommy Pham, and the starter John Lackey round things out for the Redbirds.
Well, as you mentioned, Matt, he's having an unbelievable campaign. If he's going to be on tonight, which he's been on most of the year, it's ground balls, strikes. You see the strikeouts to walk. The one thing to watch, though, the Cardinals don't run a lot, but you can steal some bases against A.J. Burnett. So see how Mike Matheny decides to use his limited speed when they get the opportunity to do so.
Matt Carpenter ready to start things for St. Louis, and we are underway tonight. Carpenter at 270 to start play. Spent some time this week playing second base in the absence of Kolten Wong, who is back out there tonight. Wong was rested during the week after knocking his head on the outfield turf earlier this week. So Carpenter going back to his, quote, original spot earlier this week as we get into the All-Star break. And Andrew McCutchen has his fly ball for the first out of the night. John, how about the keys to the game sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company?
Well, both these teams do it well. When they score, they win. But the Cardinals scoring first, their success rate is unbelievable. And then watch for the Pirates. Swing early. They have a high success rate on balls in play when they swing at the first pitch. So they're very aggressive offensively. And I think this game will be dominated by pitching. So any mistakes the pitchers make, the better you can take advantage of it, your chances of winning go way up.
Here is the aforementioned Kolten Wong. At 281 to start play tonight. Some of the Cardinals' offensive numbers, as capable an offensive group as this is, have been in decline as the first half of the season winds down. And that's why in the case of guys like Carpenter and Wong, though disappointed they're not going to the All-Star game, Mike Matheny welcomes the opportunity to get his guys a little bit of rest. The Cardinals are on the mend with some injured contributors and a couple of guys, quite frankly, who look like they could use a blow.
Yeah, most recently, the last 7-game stretch, everybody has been struggling with the exception of Molina. So the Cardinals' run in this first half has been remarkable. And if it were not for the Pirates, they would almost have an 8-9 game lead against everybody in their division.
A ball and 2 strikes, the count to Kolten Wong. And that one is caught in foul territory. Hey, Jung Ho Gung didn't give up on that one the way the play-by-play guy did. Thought that was fouled into the seats.
Well, we are 6 stories up, Matt. So that's hard to tell, but he did not give up on it. Going to be playing a lot more with Josh Harrison being out of the lineup for quite some time. They like this guy. They liked him when they drafted him. And they're going to need a lot of performance for some guys to fill in for Josh Harrison, who is so valuable to this team.
So 2 quick outs for A.J. Burnett. Now it's the All-Star Johnny Peralta.
You know, A.J. used to be a guy that could rush it up there 97, 98 miles an hour. And now he's learned how to just almost look like he plays catch with the catcher. Easy motion. He was wilder before. Now he throws more sinkers and curveballs with an occasional changeup.
Well, I think you hit it on the head when you said he's really kind of recrafted the way he goes about his business at the age of 38. It has fueled all kinds of speculation on his earlier statements that this would be his final year in the big leagues. A wave and a miss in 1 and 2 to Johnny Peralta. He would be that extremely rare professional athlete to leave on top should he make good on the promise to shut it down after 2015. It'd be hard to imagine because he's having the finest year of his career right now. That's popped onto the right side of the infield for Pedro Alvarez.
Like I said, a lot of ground balls.
We're both on point early, aren't we? We got the All-Star break coming up. We'll be fine. Pirates getting ready to take some swings against John Lackey. Here's how Clint Hurdle lines him up. Gregory Polanco's hit safely in 4 of his last 5. He leads things off tonight. The switch hitter and local product Neil Walker in the midst of a red-hot July. Bats number 2. McCutchen, Marte, and Gung bat 3 through 5. Starting Marte back for the first time since the 5th of July. Pedro Alvarez, Francisco Cervelli, Jordy Mercer, and the starter A.J. Burnett round things out for the Bucks. It is John Lackey to make his team-high 18th start this year for the Cardinals. 7-5 on the season. He has worked in over 110 innings in this first half of the season, most recently coming off a very impressive win at the Cubs on Monday. So Polanco, Walker, and McCutchen set to start the home half of the first. And John Lackey's first pitch of the night catches the corner for strike 1.
John Lackey will be aggressive with his fastball. He's got a slider and a curveball. He'll cut his fastball as well, but he's going to try to attack with a lot of fastballs.
A ball and a strike to Gregory Polanco. Polanco, as we mentioned, has hit safely in 4 of his last 5 games, yet the overall numbers still leaving a bit to be desired. Starts play at 2:32 tonight. Sounded like a broken bat. Looks like a pop for Peralta, and it results in out number 1. You know, for John Lackey tonight, he would love to think that he is in the midst of a stretch that wowould correct a rather glaring differential on his stat line. He's been really good at Busch Stadium. In fact, 5-2 with a 1.98 ERA. Not so much on the road, where his ERA goes to 4.60. Something that Derek Lilliquist is no doubt aware of. His first pitch to Neil Walker's in for a strike.
He's been a little bit better late. He dueled his ex-teammate John Lester over in Chicago. Actually have the dubious distinction of giving up John Lester's first hit, an infield hit, of which those two were talking, and he said, I will take my jersey off right there on the mound and retire if you get your first hit against me. So I guess he didn't do that. An infield hit, broke up a 0 for 60 something.
It's a shame. That would have made some good TV. Counts 0-2 on Neil Walker. The switch hitter in from the left side. We talk about Walker being hot, and it stands to reason. July has been statistically the best month of his career, and this July no exception. Hitting .404 over his last 14 games. 3 home runs, 11 driven in. That translates into a 23 for 57 line in July. A 1-2 breaking ball misses low. It's 2-2. Top of the order certainly looks a little different in the post Josh Harrison phase. And again, Harrison, after thumb surgery on Wednesday, gone for another 6 to 7 weeks.
There's been some, really, in the last 3 weeks, there's been some untimely injuries for some teams and players that they're going to have to buy the time, most notably, of course, Detroit and Cabrera, buy the time while they're injured and fill in the spots with somebody else. But Josh Harrison was so valuable. I would argue last year he was the MVP, even though McCutchen put up MVP numbers. He could play so many positions, spell guys, very athletic, added energy to a team when they were struggling. And right when he got going, I felt that the Pirates made that run to the playoffs and made the wild card.
Walker on a sharp one hopper for Wong is retired for round number 2. There isn't a team in baseball, and here we are in the middle of July, John. We're getting into the All-Star break, and this is where the injuries start to pile up for some clubs. The Cardinals have dealt with it, as we talk about. The Pirates are dealing with it now with Harrison. And here's a player in Andrew McCutchen whose injury troubles this year he hopes are over with. They occurred in April when he was most decidedly not Andrew McCutchen. Problems with the left knee prevented him from getting on track. once that knee got healthy, McCutchen has taken off.
He's so important to the team, and he vowed he would be better. He knew what was going on and didn't want to totally explain the situation and give other teams an advantage of exposing something that he was dealing with.
The 0-1 pitch is popped up in the infield. So the bottom of the first looks a lot like the top of the inning. We go to the second in Pittsburgh. Cardinals and Pirates are scoreless. Tonight's telecast is sponsored by the Lincoln Motor Company and the first ever MKC. Extraordinary moments happen every night in baseball, but on one night they all happen in one place. Don't miss the 86th All-Star Game. Coverage begins at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, Tuesday on Fox. And Andrew McCutchen will be there for the 5th time in his career. Jason Hayward leads things off in the St. Louis second. Hayward, Molina, and Reynolds against A.J. Burnett. Well, much of the way Andrew McCutchen took off, starting in about May, Jason Hayward has taken off over the last month or so. Though he has won for his last 11, and that covers the first couple of games of this series. The bigger picture, spanning back, say, 6 weeks, finds a much more productive Jason Hayward than the one that began his Cardinal career really in bad shape in April and May. Takes a strike, and it's 2-1.
Yeah, the last 30 games at about a .324 clip, which has raised his average, and of course perfect timing with some of the injuries to their outfield. Of course his defense hasn't suffered at all through it. Still top defender in right field.
2 balls and 2 strikes. You talked earlier about how a lot of the other Cardinals outfielders in particular have had to put back some of the productivity lost with Matt Holliday's injury. And Jason Hayward, for his part, has really been a big part of that equation. A swing and a miss, first strikeout of the night for A.J. Burnett. In the 29 games since Matt Holliday went down, Jason Hayward is hitting .318, a far cry from the .253 he batted before the injury, and all the numbers across the board up significantly in a smaller sample size than before Holliday went down. He is the first casualty here in the second. However, that'll bring up the 7-time All-Star Yadier Molina, who rolls over the first pitch. 2 quick outs for A.J. Burnett to start the second.
Well, when you look up and down the stat sheet, it doesn't take much to recognize why these teams are first and second in their respective division and first and second as far as best records in the National League. It's probably a growing frustration if you're a Pittsburgh Pirate, because you're playing your best baseball and you're still staring at a wild card scenario. Obviously much time left to track down the Cardinals, but they would just as soon win a division and try their best of 5 series rather than one game.
Yeah, I'm quite sure, as Mark Reynolds lays off a breaking ball, I'm quite sure that Clint Hurdle and the other 29 managers in the game would like not to have to deal with that live or die play-in scenario that the Bucks have had to deal with the last 2 years.
Reynolds has struggled. Sorry, Matt. Reynolds is coming down a little bit with his averages, and with 2 strikes, he really does noted for a lot of swings and misses and strikeouts.
Mark Reynolds is one of the Cardinals, however, along with Jason Hayward, who struck out earlier this inning, that has a stat line to kind of get your attention against A.J. Burnett. 5 for 13, 3 home runs. That guy Hayward, 7 for 17, 2 dingers. So 2 hitters to keep an eye on tonight. But Burnett takes care of Reynolds. That's a foul ball at the plate.
Man, I don't think it hit it at all. He didn't even come close to that ball, what I would see, but we're also 6 stories up, too.
That's what Francisco Cervelli is discussing with home plate umpire Vic Carpazza right now.
I mean, I don't think he touched it. That curveball was so far in front of, I thought.
They're going to ask for help on this.
Yeah,
I agree. It's a pretty good look, and so will this be.
No, didn't touch it. Umpires listening for sound. Might have heard something closer to the plate, click, but he didn't touch it. Oh.
And apparently the other 3 lads didn't see it clear enough to overturn. So now Clint Hurdle's going to come out. Listen in. Didn't sound like a foul tip.
No, he heard the chest protector and
the ground
of the ball. Yeah.
This is not a reviewable play, by the way. Same thing happened to A.J. Burnett Monday in his start against the San Diego Padres.
Yeah, that was, and he ended up coming out of the game.
So he came out in the 8th. That's right.
I mean, I think it should almost be reviewable, but I get you can't review every single thing.
So Mark Reynolds gets another life. Still the ball and 2 strikes to him. And on this pitch, Reynolds hits it out. Wow! No way!
They just threw out somebody too. I don't know if it was AJ or if it was the catcher.
Oh my goodness. What should have been strike 3. A clear swing and miss. The next pitch, Mark Reynolds hits a home run, and Clint Hurdle's going to get his money's worth from Vic Carpazza. Well, and one can hardly blame him.
I mean, I can't believe Cervelli's probably. Man, we've seen so many guys get thrown out so quickly. Man.
Well, if Cervelli's been thrown out, no one's told him yet, because he was going back out to the mound. He is chapped.
See, that's got to be reversible. That's where umpires got to get together. They can reverse a call. They can reverse a mistake. But if an umpire throws out a guy too quickly and doesn't really recognize why he was yelling or what the scenario was, you should be able to reverse that. Umpires should be able to get together and say, hey, let's think about this for a second. And now the Pirates obviously lose a run and they lose their catcher, and they're probably going to lose their manager right now.
He gone. So they're confirming here in the press box with us that Francisco Cervelli has been thrown out, and you just saw it. You just saw Clint Hurdle get the hook. Boy, Cervelli is really steamed. Understandably.
You know, again, it's going to sound like I'm harping on some. These guys prepare to play 9 innings, battle their butt off. And a moment like that, the umpire's got to have some grace to go, I know he's hot. You know, I know he's hot. There's a home run that just gets hit after a ball that wasn't fouled off. Give him some grace. Obviously, the other umpires are going to do their best to make sure that he doesn't do anything else that gets him suspended.
Well, let's walk through what's just happened. Mark Reynolds appeared to have struck out. This would have ended the inning. That's a 2-strike pitch that he comes nowhere close to, that home plate umpire Vic Carapazza said was fouled at the plate. On the very next pitch, it's 1-0 St. Louis. And at that point, you can see Cervelli giving it to the home plate umpire as the ball hadn't even left the building yet. You know, I'll borrow a line from catcher's parlance here, John. They boxed that one.
Yeah.
The umpires boxed that one pretty badly. Missed the call and then short hooked the catcher. So Chris Stewart comes on to receive A.J. Burnett, which is unfamiliar territory for both, because Stewart's usually only out there for Garrett Cole. It was the first career ejection handed to Francisco Cervelli. And we play on. Randall Grichuk now taking a strike.
You know, we've talked about it before. There's really not many more arguments that you can have in this game with instant replay being the way it is. Managers aren't going to really be able to challenge anything because they can ask the umpires to review it. But lately we've had a lot of players get thrown out what I consider not as deserving. You've got to know the situation. That catcher's going to be frustrated. You have to anticipate it as an umpire. You're coming to see this guy play.
The 1-2 pitch to Grichuk. I mean, the other side of that is you can let a guy get away with so much, but at some point he's got to stop. You know, just because the umpire blew a call doesn't give the guy license to just destroy him for the rest of the night.
And it was just a couple, you know, aggressive, you missed it probably calls, and the catcher's pulling for his starter.
Grichuk sends a ball to the opposite field. That one is well hit and off the wall. Polanco plays it off the fence. Overthrows Mercer at the bag. And it's a booming double off the right field wall for Randall Grichuk. Boy, that just missed getting out.
Mike Matheny talks about this kid's incredible power to all fields. In this ballpark with the higher fence in right field. A good throw would have had him. He turns and tries to wheel to second base. Grichuk gets under there with 2 outs. I got to give A.J. Burnett some credit. That would have been easy for him to say something, lose his cool. He stays in the game and gives them the best chance to obviously compete.
I think the Florida Marlins vintage A.J. Burnett might have blown his top there.
Exactly.
They're going to intentionally walk Tommy Pham now to face John Lackey, with Grichuk at second after the home run. By the way, back to Randall Grichuk. You talk about the explosiveness, the power in the bat. He doesn't mess around with base hits. 12 hoppers through the hole. When he puts the bat on the ball, it is usually doing damage in terms of an extra base. Only Mark Teixeira has a higher percentage of his hits for extra bases than Randall Grichuk. So the intentional walk completed to Pham, and now it's John Lackey. Did that ever happen to you in your career, where on an argued call, a check swing, controversy, next pitch, somebody takes you deep?
I don't remember if it was a home run, but definitely a run. You know, a hit that produces a run when you're out of the inning. There's such a mental letdown. There's like the air goes out of you. You're trying to get 3 outs. You don't anticipate that happening. You try to pick up right where you left off, but something happens and there gets a run, and next thing you know, you're kind of steaming a little bit on the what if scenarios. And you just have to find a way over time to not even let it bother you. Obviously, the catcher's going to know best. He's catching the ball and know that the ball was not foul tipped.
A ball and a strike to John Lackey. And that's punched out to second base for Neil Walker, who will retire the side, not before controversy and our game's first run. That wasn't a strikeout. The next pitch was a home run. And it's 1-0 Cardinals. Sponsored by T-Mobile. Switch to the Data Strong network. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear with superior performing tires that knock it out of the park. Goodyear, more driven.
You ever been in a blimp?
No, no thanks. I'm good.
I always want to go on.
I'm okay down here. I'm high enough right now in this ballpark press box.
There's a certain miles per hour that won't allow them to do what they're doing. I think it's around 20, 25 miles per hour.
John Lackey back to work in the second.
Cliff Clavin rolled up.
It was good. I'm going to put that on my scorecard here. Starling Marte leads things off in the Buccos second. Marte, Gung, and Alvarez, and there is a new man holding the lineup card in the Pirates dugout as a result of Clint Hurdle's third ejection of the year. Dave Joust takes over the managerial duties. So the Bucks are down a catcher and down a skipper now as a result of the histrionics in the last half inning, and down a run here in the bottom of the second. Starling Marte, as we mentioned, making his first appearance since the 5th of July. As you can see, missed some time with what was officially deemed discomfort in the left side.
So what does baseball do when that happens in the playoffs and it costs the team a game? Do they look to add that to the expanded version of replay, or it's just a big hang with it?
You know, you make a good point. It happens the last weekend before the All-Star break, and while it's a big deal for the Pirates, it doesn't create the kind of league-wide dust-up that it might if it was a postseason scenario. Marte strikes out. I mean, I think back to the famous infield fly rule dust up a couple of years ago in the division series between the Cardinals and the Braves. There will come a time when something like that occurs in the postseason for the quote first time, and it'll catch folks off guard.
Yeah.
I believe that was the wild card game actually in was it in 2012?
Yeah, I hope we never have a play at the plate, which seems to be the one most confusing still play, where the game's decided on a reversal or a call of the catcher blocking the plate or some form of that. That'll be interesting. I don't think anybody still knows really how to define that rule. I mean, it's clearly defined, but it's hard for a player to understand what they're supposed to do or can't do, or what a catcher can and can't do. It's going to be interesting to see it played out.
Gung breaks his bat on a very weird looking swing with not so hot results either, and that's 5 in a row retired by John Lackey to start the night.
Batting sixth, first baseman, number 24, Pedro.
This ball runs in on him. And he one-hands it basically. Ball was supposed to be away.
Here's Pedro Alvarez now. Just 4 for his last 27, but again, in the absence of Josh Harrison, it's more playing time for everybody that occupies a corner infield spot. And for Alvarez tonight, that means first base. Late on a fastball, 0-1.
He's a guy similar to Reynolds. Ahead in the count, much better chance for success. Behind, it really goes down to about a 150 batting average.
Late again. Five up, 5 down for John Lackey to start the night. Would have been Cervelli next, but instead it's Chris Stewart on deck should Alvarez have success here with 2 away. Lackey's 1-2 pitch. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. John Lackey is in the midst of a stretch where he has gone 7 or more innings in his last 8 starts. And when you line him up against what Burnett is doing, they're in the midst of really similar grooves. A.J. Burnett, first time in his career he's gone at least 6 in 6 straight starts. So these are 2 veteran guys, and both, by the way, among the winningest active pitchers in the game, who are throwing the ball as well right now in their late 30s as they ever have before.
Well, there's something to be said for grandfathered in to not adopting the new philosophy. They've been pitching long enough to where they haven't been under the pitch limits and the innings limits. You see the career active Tim Hudson still getting it done. So they're of the old mindset on pitching.
3-2 to Alvarez, and he could not hold up. A couple of strikeouts, 6 in a row retired by John Lackey to start the night. Baseball Night in America is brought to you by Chevrolet, the official vehicle of Major League Baseball. Welcome back to Pittsburgh as the Cardinals, with their 1-0 lead in check, send the top of the order to the plate here in the top of the third. Carpenter, Wong, and Peralta. Some controversy early in this game already on an apparent strike 3 call to Mark Reynolds. Home plate umpire Vic Carapazza said that the ball was tipped at the plate. Replays indicated it was not. In fact, replays confirmed, not only indicated. The very next pitch, Mark Reynolds hit a home run. Francisco Cervelli was ejected. Clint Hurdle was ejected in some of the ensuing fracas, and that's why Dave Joust is the guy with the manager's card in his hand right now. And we play on 1-0. A ball and a strike to count to Matt Carpenter. Carpenter homered yesterday in game 2 of this series, and in fact it was the first time he had gone deep since the end of May 24th to be exact. Right through the hole, I guess, for a leadoff single here in the third. Yankees and Red Sox are at it again. In fact, New York has had its way with Boston this year. Let's go to Kevin Burkhardt in our Los Angeles studios for a game break. Kevin, thanks. Yankees are 4-0 at Fenway Park this year, and that was after winning 6 out of 9 at Fenway last year.
It's been an amazing AL East. Every team at some point in first place. Everybody now struggling with the Yankees playing good baseball. Everyone on a, well, Boston was okay coming into this, getting themselves back in the race, but the middle 3 teams on some losing stretches.
Leadoff hitter aboard for Kolten Wong, who lines the ball into the right center field gap. McCutchen gets there quickly. It will not prevent Carpenter from getting to third. And the Cardinals have something cooking for Johnny Peralta with nobody out here in the third inning.
Well, what has made AJ so good is he's hitting his spots a lot. Missed that one by about 1.5 feet. Supposed to be in. 2-seamer. Just got away from him over the middle of the plate. You really use a ground ball right here. AJ has 12 ground ball double plays on the year, so very capable getting that ground ball double play.
0-1 the count to Johnny Peralta, a 3-time All-Star who's going back to the Midsummer Classic this year. Two guys that have been around a while, both named as All-Stars this season, and in a big spot here with runners at the corners and nobody out. You can have a pretty good debate as to, between Peralta and Burnett, whose career resurgence has been more unlikely. And with Wong running on the play, on the pitch rather, no throw down by Stewart. And it's the 9th bag of the year for Kolten Wong.
And that's great discipline for Peralta, because now he's having to hit with an 0-2 count, but he's got runners on second and third, so better opportunity for a ground ball RBI. And that's one of the knocks on AJ. Takes a long time getting his delivery and release point to home. Huge jump by Wong.
You know, I don't know that I would suggest that the new catcher thing would be discomforting for anybody like A.J. Burnett, who's been out there doing this for 17 years now. However, the fact that Stewart's only out there for Garrett Cole, and that we've been led to believe anecdotally that A.J. Burnett's a guy that prefers his comfort levels, his creature comforts. This could be viewed as a troubling development, changing catchers early in the game. A wave and a miss by Peralta. Second strikeout for Burnett tonight.
Well, there's no doubt. I mean, for some guys, it really would be. This is a really good breaking ball off of a foul ball 2-seamer. Big strikeout. They have the opportunity, if they want, they should decide to see how the count goes and effectively pitch around Hayward or walk him and try and get a ground ball double play out of Molina. So the count may dictate how you attack Jason Hayward here with runners in second and third and one out.
Hayward was a strikeout victim his first try tonight, but again 7 for 17 with 2 career home runs against Burnett at the start of the ballgame.
AJ has done a nice job with runners in scoring position. 5th best, 172. He needs that one more out some way without a run scoring. Pop up, strike out.
Quickly 0-2 to Hayward. As John mentioned, Yadi Molina waiting next. Burnett trying to strand the 2 singles that open the frame. And that hit him. An 0-2 pitch that clips Jason Hayward, and that loads the bases with 1 gone.
That might be a blessing right there. That could have been a run. This ball was behind him. I don't know if Stewart could have got there in time. Hits him in the bottom of the foot. But an untimely one with an 0-2 count. I'm sure he was trying to bury that ball down and in. Ray Searage, what a great job he has done for this organization, turning them around. And he's been turning them around with retrofitting certain pitchers, having comeback years when they bring them over here, and really turning their careers around.
Here's Molina now. Grounded to shortstop back in the second. The 7-time All-Star against the first-time All-Star with the bases loaded and 1 away. Mark Reynolds waiting on deck. It is his solo home run that started the scoring tonight. There's a fly ball out to the opposite field for Polanco. Should be deep enough to get Carpenter in from third. Not only that, but Wong gets to third base, and it's 2-0 St. Louis. Here's Mark Reynolds, and if you're joining us late, this is what happened in the second inning. On an 0-2 pitch, he clearly struck out. It was called a foul ball at the plate, so on the very next pitch, Mark Reynolds hits a home run. That led to the eruption by Francisco Cervelli, and subsequent argument by Clint Hurdle got them both ejected. Oh, nothing. Just that in Mark Reynolds' first plate appearance tonight. That's why Dave Joust is the manager tonight. Moving forward, that is. Interim. And now Burnett's going to try to keep Hayward honest at first. Stolen 9 bags in 11 attempts this year.
With those 16 stolen bases, they've actually gotten 8 caught stealing and 3 pickoffs.
There goes Hayward. Had a big jump, and Stewart has no chance to throw down. That's the second stolen base of the inning.
Well, like I said, the Cardinals don't steal a lot, but they've picked on Lester, and now they're picking on A.J. Burnett.
Yeah, these Cardinals are not to be mistaken for Whitey Herzog's, quote, white rats of the early 80s. Guys that ran amok. It's a ball and a strike now from Burnett. You know, looking at the numbers here, John, regarding Burnett and the stolen bases on his watch. Coming into the night, opponents were successful in 8 of 24 attempts. That's a 33% success ratio. I mean, that's not awful. That wouldn't indicate go crazy like the Cardinals are this inning.
No, but I'm sure he's mixed it up a little bit and shown some ability to adapt. But over the course of his career with that high leg kick, he picks and chooses when he cares about it and when he doesn't. He cares more about delivering the pitch to the plate.
And this time Reynolds does strike out. Cardinals do scratch out another run, however, and at the end of 2.5, it's 2-0 St. Louis. Tomorrow it's the 2015 Sirius XM All-Star Futures game on MLB Network. Then on Monday, the 2015 Gillette Home Run Derby presented by Head & Shoulders on ESPN. Tuesday, the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by Chevrolet on MLB Network, leading up to the Midsummer Classic itself. The game, 7 Eastern, only on Fox. A busy weekend in baseball really kicking off tonight. Chris Stewart leads things off in the home third. 2-0 Cardinals are score early on here tonight. Stewart, Mercer, and Burnett bottom third of the order against John Lackey, who so far has sailed through the first 6 assignments. 6 up, 6 down for the big right-hander so far. Just missed the corner that time. You know, one of the things that John Lackey has done this year, John, that has led to so much success in the National League, he's been quicker, more efficient with pitches per inning. He's averaging 16 pitches per inning for his career. This year, it doesn't sound like a huge adjustment, but it's 14.5. And that's the 3rd most efficient in the National League. And think about that over the course of a start or a season. That's saving a lot of bullets.
It is, and his aggressive style is working.
3 strikeouts for him so far tonight. Another game break with Kevin Burkhardt back in our LA studios.
Number 10, JORDY MERCER.
Yeah, KB, I mean, if there's such a thing as pitching on 0 days rest, right? Jordan Zimmerman's wife gave birth to their daughter on Friday, back out there today. He couldn't wait to get back out there because Zimmerman's been throwing the ball very well. A free agent to be at the end of this season. JORDY MERCER punches a ball foul.
Yeah, he started out a little shaky, almost like maybe pressing, but he settled back in and Washington still hasn't put their mark on the division yet. They haven't separated themselves at all. They've been up and down a little bit, streaky. Many people feel they should and probably will run away with it, but it's not been that way in the first half.
Wherever Jordan Zimmermann signs, whether it's back in D.C. or elsewhere, he will most certainly not be pitching for major league minimum next year. That's something that John Lackey can speak to. In a very strange contractual arrangement, one that pre-existed at the time of his trade from the Red Sox, Lackey is pitching at league minimum this year. John Paul Morosi, so far so good. A lot of people thought that would bug him, being a veteran guy. He's gone out there in workman-like fashion and pitched like he's making $17 million a year. The bouncer that Matt Carpenter can't make the play on, and Jordy Mercer is aboard. JP, a little more on John Lackey's unusual contract status.
Yes, Matt, I would say the Cardinals are in fact getting their money's worth this season. As you said, because Lackey missed the 2012 season with the Red Sox because of Tommy John surgery, he had to agree to pitch this season at the major league minimum. It actually sets him up to be a very intriguing free agent after this year. He'll be 37 years old, Matt, but he was a position player in college. Still believes a lot of mileage left in that right arm.
Position player in college. Are you indicating he could enter the free agent class next year as a first baseman or DH? Is that what you're driving at?
Hey, multi-position, Matt, multi-value. There you go.
Here's A.J. Burnett now with a one-out base runner aboard. Burnett bunting. Carpenter sniffed it out early and is able to make a play and tag him in one fell swoop. Sacrifice does work, however. Mercer to second with 2 away.
Mercer had to get a good read on this and know for sure it wasn't going to be caught. He got to second base in plenty of time.
So back to the top of the order now, Gregory Polanco.
Gregory Polanco, much like every young player, is going to go through these kind of stretches where you come up, maybe catch fire and spoil everyone to thinking what you could potentially do, and you have to go through the adjustments like everybody else. Swing can get long at times. Fastballs can beat him. When he goes the other way, he seems to stay on the ball a little bit more. He's had some big hits. You can see his average not what they're hoping for, and hope they can heat it up a little bit in the second half.
A ball and no strikes to Polanco. Popped to shortstop to start the bottom of the first. Jordy Mercer's base hit, the only base runner yielded by Lackey the first time through the order tonight. He's at second here with 2 away. Lackey out of the stretch makes it 2-0 to Polanco.
When you got a long swing, you're going to try to pitch him in. Those first 2 fastballs up and in. See if Polanco has the patience to look at one over the plate. It's 2-0 count.
To 3 balls and a strike now. You got the red hot switch hitter Neil Walker waiting on deck for the Bucks.
This would be a gutsy 3-0 green light.
Polanco taking the strike, 3-1. Did you hear that? They cut off the bugler.
Yeah, because he got ready quick. Did Lackey? He was on the mound quick.
Lackey wanting to dictate the pace here. He's come back to fill the count at 3-0 and ends up losing Polanco on ball 4. You know, we talk about the Cardinals and the way they spend their money, and getting back to Lackey in that contractual situation. I want to bring JP back in on this. JP, you were the one that pointed out recently on FoxSports.com the Cardinals don't usually designate a lot of free agent dollars toward pitching.
No, they don't, Matt. And according to research by Jeff Houston of Baseball Prospectus, the Cardinals have never signed a free agent pitcher for more than $20 million guaranteed. That's remarkable for a team of the success and the market size of St. Louis.
There's Neil Walker now with 2 out and 2 on. People ask how the Cardinals keep winning in the face of all these injuries. Wainwright, Adams, Holiday. It's because there's always an answer internally to replenish what's lost, and it's particularly true on the pitching side. It's an endless supply of talent, so it seems.
Yeah, they really have invested right, and they seem to all have qualities that they admire and fit their system, so that when they come up, they're ready, obviously emotionally, but they're ready physically too. I don't remember too many guys they rush up there where you don't hear from them again. I just don't. That doesn't pop into my radar when you think about the Cardinals.
2 on, 2 out. 2-0 St. Louis. 0-2 the count to Neil Walker. Walker, one of the Pirates' better bats in spots like this. .316 with runners in scoring position and 2 away. A ball and 2 strikes. Neil Walker, in fact, is just better the more outs are on the board. There's such a striking difference there between his no out and 2 out batting average. It has to be something a little more than coincidence there, John.
Yeah, probably more aggressive, you know, with no outs, maybe trying to do a little bit more, and then he hones in with 2 outs, especially when runners in scoring position, maybe looking to put the ball in play a little bit more than just lift, clean, and separate, trying to hit home runs.
To 2 balls and 2 strikes now. Andrew McCutchen waiting next. A 17-game hitting streak on the line for the 5-time All-Star. He'd love an opportunity to bat here with runners on. 2-2 to Walker is beaten to the right side. Wong to his left to retire the side. 2 left stranded by John Lackey. And we go to the 4th with the Cardinals still on top. From Warner Brothers Pictures in theaters July 29th. And by Chevrolet, find new roads. A terrific night for baseball in Pittsburgh as we welcome you back to PNC Park. 2-0 Cardinals. St. Louis bats in the fourth. They'll have their bottom of the order guys, Grichuk, Pham, and then the pitcher John Lackey against A.J. Burnett, who gave up the home run in the second. A rare home run allowed at home for Burnett, by the way. Just the second homer he's allowed in 9 home starts. And then a run allowed in the third on a couple of base hits and a sac fly. So here's Grichuk, who doubled and was left stranded in the second. Grichuk trying to convert, or actually successfully converted, on a modest 4-game hitting streak with his second inning double tonight.
See the little bit of an unorthodox laying the bat back. He's really, as we mentioned, strong, and the ball jumps off his bat. Not a lot of wasted movement, but he gets in a hitting position similar to Albert Pujols when he actually hits. And we wouldn't look at it by just the startup and the ability for him to look like Albert Pujols. It's more when he gets contact and gets the barrel through the zone.
Almost a right-handed Jason Kipnis.
Yep.
Strikeout is the 4th of the night for A.J. Burnett.
I wouldn't want to forearm wrestle. I wouldn't want to arm wrestle with this guy. Slider away, or curveball away from the plate, as A.J. does so good with that pitch. When it's on, it flips out of his hand about 83 miles an hour at times, and just a knuckle curve straight down. He can change the angle, loop it, create different breaks on that pitch.
Here's Tommy Pham now. He was intentionally walked in the second. 16th rounder back in 2006 by the Cardinals, and a guy who thought his ticket to the big leagues might come as a pitcher at one point in his life. Hit hard back up the middle, but right at Andrew McCutchen. 2 quick outs in the 4th. Well, when A.J. Burnett goes to the All-Star game for the first time, he's going to look a little different than he does tonight. And I'm talking about from the ankles down. Right? Just wearing the standard baseball cleat. That's what he's going to wear on Tuesday in Cincinnati. And as John Lackey digs in, I think J.P. Morosi has a little bit more on the Batman shoes. We'll have to table that discussion for a later time, because a flashy play by Jung Ho Kang makes for a quick 1-2-3-4. Andrew McCutchen trying to convert on a 17-game hitting streak. Leads things off in the home fourth with his Bucks down 2-zip. McCutchen, Marte, and Gung against John Lackey, who's been stingy first time plus through the order tonight, yielding just a single and a walk so far. And McCutchen on the first pitch sends a fly ball out to right. Hayward on the move to make the catch. I believe Kutch has made 2 outs on 2 pitches to start the night.
Everything that Molina does, we'll get a chance to see it here. Obviously, he's doing everything he can to work his pitcher through the game, but his signs, the way he gives the signs, the way he moves late in location, he doesn't want to tip anybody off, the hitter. Everything's subtle. The way he catches the ball with his hands. Obviously, his durability's off the charts, but he'll give this sign and he'll just subtly move right in that spot and entice the pitcher right there to throw the ball right where he wants. And it's a great feeling to have a catcher back there that entices a pitcher with the way that he catches and how uniquely he does it. The whole family been given a gift. That's
a tough pitch.
You said it.
That is a tough pitch, and it's 1-1 to Starling Marte.
A little conversation right there. Molina just had.
You know, you could have made a case for a couple of other guys on these rosters, in addition to the 10 players between the Cardinals and Pirates who were named as All-Stars this year. You know, Mike Matheny was hopeful that a guy like Kolten Wong would get a little bit more consideration. Understandably so. He's been terrific for him this year. And I think Clint Hurdle could say the same for Marte. There were times this year, because he's been a little streakier in the first half, that you'd bet your last buck that he was going to Cincinnati as an All-Star. No pun intended. And still, the numbers in the first half, maybe in another year without so many deserving outfielders, Marte's 13 home runs and 48 RBIs get him there. There were some changes, by the way, announced to the All-Star rosters today. The 2-2 to Marte's fouled back. D. Gordon dislocated his thumb today on a slide. Terrible news for the Marlins, given Giancarlo Stanton is unable to go because he's hurt, and now D. Gordon's not able to go. So there's a strong likelihood that the Marlins won't have a player play on Tuesday.
I'm afraid it was the wrong base that he was sliding into, too. Was it first base? Do we know? First base. Those are the tough. You hate seeing that.
Marte just throws the bat out there and fouls that one away. So as a result of Gordon not being available now, Troy Tulowitzki replaces him on the roster. But the National League still needed a starter at second base. So Bruce Bochy announced today that Colorado's DJ LeMahieu will get the starting nod at second. Unfortunately, this is the case every year, where injuries and start days don't line up and those rosters evolve right up until Sunday and Monday. Marte to the opposite field, well struck and off the wall in right. Hayward gets it into second, not before Starling Marte can slide in with a one-out double.
Tell you what, Marte put on the afterburners here. Playing in this park, he knows how the ball is going to come off that wall. Hits it pretty good. Hayward can't play it any better. He waits for the carom and throws it right on the mark. But closing speed there by Marte got him that double.
So an RBI opportunity now for Jung Ho Gung, who's hit safely in 5 of his last 6. And that one hit him. And now it's the Cardinals' turn to take issue with a call at the plate. To John Lackey's reaction immediately was, what? And now Yadi Molina championing his case.
Well, they don't want him to get back on the mound, though. You got to wait till the hitter gets in the box if you're going to replay it for any reason. As soon as the hitter gets in the box, you can't do anything with it. The ball just traces in, gets maybe just a tiny bit of the jersey there.
Well, it's awfully tough to tell.
Maybe nothing.
That one will go without challenge. And now it's Pedro Alvarez. A chance for the Cardinals here. This is their second, or the Pirates rather, their second straight inning with multiple base runners aboard against John Lackey.
Pedro's behind him. The fastball's the first time up. And going after him again. You get scouting reports, you watch video, but sometimes you see something in a game that might change your approach or stick with something that's working. The first couple fastballs by Pedro Alvarez, maybe looking off speed.
A ball and a strike to a man who has picked his spots nicely against this particular opponent. 45 runs batted in against St. Louis, and since the start of the 2012 season, that's the most of anybody in baseball. Back up the middle with some funny English. Peralta takes a room service bounce and turns it into an inning-ending double play. Nothing in the home fourth, still 2-0 Cards. Aerial coverage tonight provided by Goodyear with superior performing tires that knock it out of the park. Goodyear, more driven. You know, there have only been 3 balls knocked out of this park right into the Allegheny. Not taking a bounce, you know, on the walkway out there. 3 off the bat into the drink. And one of them happened this year. Pedro Alvarez did it earlier this season. Here's Matt Carpenter leading things off in the 5th. And that one hit him.
Another breaking ball right on the foot.
So Carpenter aboard. And now Kolten Wong. He has singled and stolen a base tonight. There were a couple of other all-star notes regarding the rosters. We talked about what's happened in the National League with D. Gordon getting hurt today. In the American League, Major League Baseball announcing that Jose Bautista has pulled out of the All-Star game, opting to rest a sore shoulder, and he'll be replaced by Brian Dozier, who was a part of that final man roster vote, and who a lot of people felt like should have been the guy to begin with in that final vote. So these things have a way of kind of fixing themselves. Dozier will be there on Tuesday.
Yeah, he's had a monster first half, as the Twins have. Just an incredible victory yesterday. 3-run walk-off home run, 7 runs in the 9th against the Tigers. They went on to beat the Tigers again today. So the Twins have proven no fluke in the first half.
A ball and a strike to count to Kolten Wong. A big swing and a miss.
The break coming at a good time for some teams, not a good time for others. Houston might be one of those teams struggling down the stretch, could be out of first place. If the Angels win tonight, they were shut out by the Rays.
Yeah, Houston has Dallas Keuchel tonight against Jake Odorizzi down in St. Pete, as Wong cashes in on another base hit, make him 2 for 3, and a guy who, as we mentioned earlier, Mike Matheny would have loved to see as an all-star this year. And speaking of the Cardinals, manager John Paul Morosi visited with him between innings.
Mike, a very eventful top of the 2nd inning there. How impressed were you with Mark Reynolds' ability to stay focused there with all the controversy and deliver for your team?
Well, he's got big power, and just kind of trying to stay with his game plan. And you see last time he got a little aggressive outside the zone and tried to fight to get to a point where he could get a good pitch to hit, and didn't miss it the first time out.
Like, your team is obviously missing Adam Wainwright, but when you see Lackey on the mound today, does he have that same demeanor of an ace, pitching out of jams, pitching so effectively here tonight?
Yeah, I think part of that ace description has all the experience and the success, and Lack's a guy that does like to get a lead really to a staff and figure out how to get the young guys to follow along. But in these big games, he loves being out there and he competes well.
Thanks, Mike.
All right.
John Lackey working with the lead tonight, one that he hopes grows here, with Johnny Peralta having a chance. Runners at first and second and nobody out. Singles by Carpenter and Wong have started the inning against A.J. Burnett. By the way, A.J. Burnett, in hitting 2 batters tonight, it's the 21st time in his career that that's happened. Since 1969, there are only 3 pitchers with more games in which they've hit 2 or more batters. It's not bad company to be in when you consider it's Chan Ho Park, Randy Johnson, and Tim Wakefield.
No, Wakefield you can understand a little bit with the fluttering right. Knuckleball. The other guys had pretty nasty breaking pitches that they could lose the direction of it from time to time.
Carpenter hit by a pitch, Wong singling, and that explains the runners at first and second with nobody out here in the 5th. You know, that's a part of A.J. Burnett's kind of renaissance here at the age of 38, even though he does not appear to have his terrific control tonight. This was a guy who used to be hard to contain. There were 2 periods, 2 seasons within a 5-year span that he led the league in walks. It's faded into the right field corner. Polanco giving chase, and it's foul. Even when he threw his no-hitter against the San Diego Padres a number of years ago, a no-hitter in which he walked 9 and hit a batter.
That's amazing.
That was back in 2001.
Well, this year he's had one of his highest, if not highest, strike percentage campaigns. He's learned how to take a little bit off and master that strike zone. Right here, I think they're going to try to talk about what the plan would be here on the 3-2 count. I think he could be aggressive and go with his breaking ball over the middle of the plate and see if Peralta gets a little aggressive and expands the zone.
Jason Hayward waits on deck. He has struck out and he has been hit by a pitch tonight. So this is the matchup that Burnett worries about right now. All-star versus all-star with nobody out and 2 runners aboard. It's hard to overstate the impact that Johnny Peralta has had on the Cardinals. He has solidified a spot that had seen a lot of turnover for St. Louis over the 6 or 7 years prior to his arrival. He's hit 33 home runs in a year and a half as a Cardinal shortstop. No other shortstop in baseball has hit more during that time. In the air out to right for Polanco, who'll have a play at the track. Carpenter to third with 1 away.
Johnny Peralta not happy with that at bat. Had him 3-1. Slammed the bat down before he got in the dugout. But a tough guy to double up in Jason Hayward.
Hayward again has struck out and been hit by a pitch tonight. He stole the base when he got aboard in the third. Runners at the corners for him with 1 away. The Cardinals are one of those teams that don't need a whole basket of runs to win. Let's see if Wong intends to run off at first. Burnett thinking that way, checks him at the bag. St. Louis, back to that point, has grown accustomed to winning with just a few runs of support. When scoring 3 or fewer, they are 19-25 this year. That doesn't sound like it's very good.
Got him.
Wong is picked off. They've got to worry about the runner from third now. The throw to third is not in time, and the Pirates don't get anybody. Boy, Matt Carpenter did a terrific job to insert himself into the dialogue when it looked like Wong was going to be dead to rights for out number 2.
Everyone knows Alvarez's issues with throwing the ball. He gets rid of it quick. And then just that little hesitation right there allows Carpenter to get back into the bag and Wong back to the original bag at first base.
What a great job by Matt Carpenter. That was the old hey look at me when the bear's about to eat your brother.
I did not anticipate that direction, but I love the word picture.
The pitch to Hayward is taken for a ball. You know, getting back to St. Louis winning without a whole lot of support. That 19-25 record when scoring 3 or fewer runs, one of the best in baseball since 1969. I mean, we got a lot of season left to play. The best record over that time span was the 1969 Mets. They went 38-46 when scoring 3 or fewer. That's how good the pitching was on that club. And in terms of winning percentage, the Cardinals are on that similar type of pace. 1-1 to Hayward now.
Well, the Cardinals just frustrate their division foes because the Cubs trying to beat them, trying to be relevant, trying to take down their rivals. Pittsburgh loses a lot of close games, especially in St. Louis, trying to take down the Cardinals. They know how to win, and they win a lot of those close games, as you talked about. And they win them in strange ways because that's what makes them unique. guys that come up, they don't expect much, hits a game-winning home run. They had 3 consecutive game winners in St. Louis earlier this year against Pittsburgh. And that deflates a team. No matter how much they talk about it, it just deflates them.
There goes Wong trying it again, and Hayward puts it in play for Alvarez, who olays it. Carpenter scores. Wong to third. It's 3-0 Cardinals.
Part of this mistake was the tough play in between. Looked like he was trying to come home with this ball. See this chopper? He looks like he's trying to come home, and before he fields it in the glove and doesn't get any outs, tries to get this in between short hop, looking over to third. And now first and third with a run in.
Well, it's been a rough inning for the Pirates defensively. A.J. Burnett has Wong picked off, and the Pirates can't execute to get an out on either bag. And then the misplay on the right side of the infield. That ball off Hayward's bat ruled as an error. But give him credit for the RBI. The error, of course, charged to Alvarez.
They appealed at second, thinking maybe Wong misses the bag, but they're not convinced. They're going to try to replay that.
Yeah, why not? There's got to be some good news somewhere for the Pirates this half inning defensively. So they're going to take another look.
So in this play, I would think that Wong might have look to see what happened on this. Yeah, look back to see what happened and thought he hit the front of the bag. And they might be right.
Well, we're not going to get a conclusive look there, though.
But because he was watching the play, he lost the awareness of where his foot is, and I don't see it.
I don't know that you could determine enough to overturn a call there.
Let's read his. Let's take his temperature. See what he thinks. Is he giving anything away? Does he look scared? Well, it's worth the challenge.
Well, he and Jose Oquendo are looking at it on the scoreboard here in the ballpark, if that tells you anything. I just don't think that replay is conclusive enough.
Thinks he might have touched it with his toe.
MLB Advanced Media back in New York taking a look at the various replays here. They do have access to views that we do not have. So they are in fact getting a much more detailed look at that play. And whatever they come back with, it'll be as a result of viewing multiple angles.
What kind of music do you think the umpires are listening to when they're waiting for the call?
I think it's like the stuff you get in the dentist's office. It can't be anything too edgy. Well, we've already seen some controversy in this game for sure. It dates back to the second when Mark Reynolds appeared to have struck out. Home plate umpire said it was a foul tip. On the next pitch, Reynolds hits a home run that started the scoring. That led to ejections of both Francisco Cervelli and Clint Hurdle. And not enough evidence to overturn. Wong at third, Hayward at first with a run in and one away. So the call stands. And now Yadi Molina with runners at the corners. Well, look out.
Two-seamer getting away, trying to go down and in. Just got underneath it.
Jordy Mercer and Neil Walker wanted to come in and roll over the signs.
Well, they also probably are alerting their catcher on a potential steal, what they're doing at the bag. Are they covering? Are they leaving it alone? Who's got it?
One hop to Mercer. To Walker for one. The relay back to Alvarez brings him off the bag, but he applies the tag. And what could have been a big inning for the Cardinals is nipped at just a run. Middle of the night, and it's 3-0 St. Louis. Chevrolet, find new roads. The Gillette Home Run Derby, presented by Head & Shoulders, is coming. It features the best home run hitters in the world competing in a new head-to-head bracket-style format with timed rounds. Catch all the action Monday night at 8 on ESPN. Don't miss a minute. I love the idea of the timed rounds this year.
Yeah, I like the bracket too. Head 1 versus 8. Great matchup. Pujols against Bryant to kick things off.
That's what starts it.
Brackets on each side. Timed. Ability to score some more points based on the distance of home runs. Tweaking it a little bit.
I love what could potentially happen when a guy's down to the last 30 seconds in his round and he's screaming at his guy to throw it to him quicker. Just hacking at everything, trying to hit speed home runs like you play speed golf with your buddies. You don't, but the hackers in here do. Chris Stewart leads things off in the 5th. Bottom of the order here for the Pirates, down 3-0. Stewart, Mercer, and then Burnett. Of course, after the revelry at the All-Star game with the Futures game tomorrow, Home Run Derby, the next thing we point our attention towards on the baseball timeline is the trade deadline at the end of the month. I don't think either one of these lineups, if we bring John Paul Morosi back in on this discussion, I don't think either one of these lineups would say no to help, JP, but is there something specific that, say, the Pirates may be targeting?
Well, Matt, in my conversations with sources, I've been told they are looking at getting another bat for the bench, maybe a platoon bat for the outfield, and among the options they're thinking about, Jeff Francoeur.
All right, Jeff Francoeur in Philadelphia, a team that would, I'm sure, be amenable to a deal. Phillies going through a very difficult rebuilding period right now.
Yeah, it's pretty much going to be a Phillies watch in July. Although the timing could not be worse for the Phillies when Cole Hamels has kind of gone the other way. I know people will discount that a little bit, but he struggled in his last 3 starts. That's the big chip.
There's Jordy Mercer now with 1 away. I can't imagine for the life of me how there hasn't been a deal made for Jonathan Papelbon yet.
That's the next one.
So many teams that could use that 9th inning shutdown guy. We could start at Toronto and go down from there. I suppose, you know, the big currency in baseball now is prospects and draft picks. And maybe the ask has been too much for somebody like Papelbon.
Yeah, you hold as long as you can. Then there comes a point where you hold too long, and then you don't get. It's such a timing issue and a need for a certain team that puts them over the top.
It's a swing and a miss. Jordy Mercer goes down on 3 pitches, and that's 4 strikeouts for John Lackey, who has still allowed just the 2 base hits tonight.
Yeah, he's been good. He's been controlling the fastball and breaking off his curveballs and sliders and perfect opportunities for timely Ks.
2 out, bases empty now for Burnett. Bucks have not had a runner past second base tonight, and Burnett quickly falls behind 0-2. Series finale tomorrow between these 2 games. The 4-gamer comes to a close with rookie left-hander Tim Cooney on the mound for St. Louis. And Francisco Liriano gets a ball for the Bucks.
Yeah, split would probably be what every team, both teams are looking at considering this situation. Of course, Pittsburgh would love to win a series and draw even closer, but
Burnett with a drive to left. Grichuk taking a look, and that one's gone! First this year, 4th career home run for the All-Star, A.J. Burnett.
Upsets the apple cart. That's probably shocking to Lackey. Watching him round the bases from second base, almost in awe, like, really?
Gregory Polanco kind of quiets the crowd, bounces to Wong, who kicks it. An error to Colton Wong right after the big swing by A.J. Burnett.
Watch Lackey when we have that shot. He just watches him like, you got to be kidding me.
First home run for A.J. Burnett in almost 10 years to the date. July 24th, 2005, the last time he went bridge.
It's like getting a hole-in-one. You just don't expect it.
We'll see if that can kind of change the vibe, because it had been flat for the Bucks lineup the first couple of times through. Then the error by Wong. And now a chance for Neil Walker, who takes a strike. McCutchen next. A 3-1 story. A ball and a strike now to Neil Walker.
Walker, as you mentioned, one of those guys, last 30 games been pretty hot.
You know, we said this in the third, right before Walker grounded out with 2 runners aboard to end the inning, that the Pirates would love to get the bat into McCutchen's hands with runners on. And we're saying the same thing here in the 5th. Walker fades that foul. 2 balls and 2 strikes now. For a moment, when that Burnett home run left here, it sounded eerily similar to the way this ballpark sounded 2 years ago in that wild card game when Johnny Cueto dropped the ball and everybody was wearing yellow and black, and it had almost a football atmosphere here.
It's a great crowd tonight. They were looking for something.
Balls and 2 strikes to Neil Walker. Into right center field. That's going to get down for a base knock. Polanco to third, and McCutchen will have an opportunity with runners on.
Good spot for Derek Lilliquist to go out and just kind of reset everything. Unlike football, where adrenaline, emotion, you could feel the waves of certain situations coming out. Baseball, not so much. It's still up to the pitcher making a pitch and letting it settle down after an error is made. You pick up your teammates. But the hitters do get a little vibe when they get to the plate, trying to lock in a little more, keep the crowd going if you're the home team. And they got the right guy at the plate right now.
We'll see how McCutchen plays this. He's been very aggressive in his first 2 plate appearances. He popped out on 2 pitches in the first and flied to center on the first pitch back in the 4th. Stays aggressive here in his next plate appearance and fouls away the first offering. We talked about the slow start McCutchen has had and since gotten through. Numbers in situations like this are amazing, as you see. 5th best in the National League with runners in scoring position and 2 gone, but he's down to an 0-2 count now.
And he missed his pitch. That was right there. Lackey got away with one. McCutchen just missed a hanging slider.
A run in on Burnett's 2-out home run. An error and a base hit have put 2-out runners aboard for McCutchen, who's caught looking at a called strike 3. The Bucs settle with 1. We've played 5 complete on a contentious night in Pittsburgh. 3-1 Cardinals. The Dodge brothers, 100 years later, their spirit lives on. And by Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. Well, Mark Reynolds leads things off to start the 6th inning. Via StatCast, we take a look at his 2nd inning home run.
See the exit velocity, almost 113 miles an hour, launch angle, and of course the max height. And then the man with the pizza delivering the ball.
They lead things off here in the 6th, followed by Grichuk and Pham. And a breaking ball starts him with a strike. In our earlier discussion with J.P. Morosi about some of the Pirates' wishes getting into the trading deadline, certainly the Cardinals aren't without holes they'd like to fill as well. They're going to get Matt Holliday back off the shelf before Matt Adams, and Mark Reynolds has filled in admirably at first base, but I think they'd still love to find a left-handed bat for that spot. No shortage of answers out there.
They also have an intriguing situation in the second half on how they're going to handle Martinez in his innings. He's having an unbelievable first half, making the transition from bullpen to starting. Also winter ball work, and it all adds up. They're going to take it as it goes. They don't have a set plan right now, but they're going to watch it.
Two balls and 2 strikes to Mark Reynolds. And a call strike 3. Number 5 for Burnett tonight.
Fastball away, comes back over the middle of the corner of the plate, catches him, thinking off speed.
So as Randal Grichuk digs in now, J.P. Morosi, if there is a left-handed hitting first baseman out there, might that player come from say Oakland, where there's Ike Davis, or I mean, no shortage of players to at least make phone calls on.
Many options, Matt, and that's a great call on Ike Davis. Of course, he does not have a contract beyond this year, and that's something the Cardinals would like to ideally do. They look at Matt Adams and say he is going to be our first baseman of the future. Of course, he is also left-handed, so they don't want to block his return potentially late this season, Matt, but it looks doubtful, more likely 2016. But some other names there: Adam Lind, Yonder Alonso, and perhaps Logan Morrison if the Mariners fall out of it.
Boy, all intriguing names as they appeal down to first and say Grichuk did not swing the bat. Things have not come together in San Diego the way that they had hoped. I don't know that you'd say it's too late, because there's a lot of season left, and you could probably say something similar about Seattle, although there's plenty of time left in an AL West that really hasn't distinguished itself beyond the Astros. A big market is what we're saying for left-handed hitting first baseman.
I'm looking for the first team that makes a wow trade on both ends. A wow prospect for a stud. I mean, a game changer.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't seen one already, given we've been talking about Hamels since opening day, among others. The Johnny Cueto talk has heated up. Aroldis Chapman. Pass to diving Mercer on into left field. Let's get another Yankees Red Sox update from Fenway and check in with Kevin Burkhardt.
Center fielder Tommy Pham.
All right, KB, thanks. You know, the Red Sox lineup has been a little louder the last few weeks than they were in April and May, and it is still anybody's race in the AL East. Here's Tommy Pham now with the runner aboard.
I'm going to throw a crazy one out for you.
Go for it.
About it. I'm going to say, after his pitch, about a Puig for Hamels. Straight up.
Not crazy. Makes too much sense on both sides for there not to have at least been a discussion. about it, right?
Yeah.
The Dodgers proved they could score runs without Puig when he was down. Hamels is a Southern California guy who'd slip right in there nicely with, without a left-hander that's healthy in that rotation. They had hoped Ryu would be that guy. He's done for the year. Nothing and 1 the count to Tommy Pham.
Both teams would be able to control the player for the time that they would want. Philadelphia desperately needs some outfield. They need a lot of things, but you could get a little more aggressive and try to squeeze something else out from the Dodgers, depending on.
Not to mention, if Zach Greinke decides to exercise his opt-out contract, they'd love to have somebody else settle in there behind Clayton Kershaw. That's quite a lefty 1-2 punch.
Now, Johnny Cueto, because you would basically, unless you felt like you could rent him and sign him, that may not bring back as much, depending on how desperate that team is. But boy, oh boy, you get a Johnny Cueto and you're trying to make a push for the playoffs, put you over the top.
2 balls and 2 strikes.
Heard Kazmir's name as well. Potential.
Yeah, he came out of his last start a little early in the Bronx with triceps tightness. I don't think that's anything serious. Certainly a precaution. As soon as he walked out of the game in the 3rd or 4th, whenever it was on Wednesday, everybody's like, oh, he was traded. Right, that's the guess. Guy comes out looking healthy and you think, oh, he just got the phone call. And a swing and a miss. 6 strikeouts for A.J. Burnett tonight. Aerial coverage tonight provided by Goodyear, with superior performing tires that knock it out of the park. Goodyear, more driven.
I got to be honest, Matty. This is the worst scorekeeping year I've ever had as a broadcaster.
Really?
I didn't make a mistake today, but I've lost interest.
So you'd stopped keeping score?
I just stopped.
Yeah.
I need the break.
Well, you get locked on to the nuances of the pitching game.
Yeah.
I know how you operate, and the play-by-play monkey, me in this case, I'm supposed to just write down the numbers, which I will do dutifully.
I'm really disappointed in myself. I got to work on that in the second half.
1-0 to John Lackey, swung on and missed. 5 of the 6 strikeouts for A.J. Burnett tonight have come via the curveball. See if he thinks he has to throw John Lackey a wrinkle here.
It would mess up. It would mess with the pitcher's code if he does.
Ball and 2 strikes now.
The other pitcher challenges you the entire at bat. He hit a home run. You're supposed to return the favor, so to speak.
And I would imagine that the situation would dictate adherence to that code. A ball and 2 strikes to Lackey. Oh, breaking ball. Just tried to make him fish for it. Going to play that way. Not that a hard curveball is necessarily the measure of success, but Burnett's has been among the firmest in baseball this year. Among qualified starters this season, the velocity on his curveball, I guess you could say the sharpness of it in some respects, ranks him on the top 5. He is certainly the oldest dude on that list. Lackey puts it in play to 3rd. Gunn's got it and throws him out. 1 out single, stranded. Middle of the 6th. It's still 3-1 Redbirds. historical moments of the game. This is one Cardinal fans don't want to relive, but Travis Ishikawa's Game 5 winner against Michael Wacha, part of a terrific run for the Giants last year that netted them their 3rd World Series title in 5 seasons and the first home run in National League postseason history to end an NLCS series. Michael Wacha with not so fond memories of that, but the guy over in the Pirates dugout certainly looks at it differently. Travis Ishikawa was claimed by the Bucks on waivers off the Giants roster earlier this month. He is in uniform tonight as John Lackey goes back to work in the bottom half of the 6th. It'll be Starling Marte to lead things off. Marte, Gung, and Alvarez.
Lackey staying with his formula. Been pretty aggressive for most of the hitters starting the innings and throughout the innings. Working ahead in the count.
The ball and a strike to count to Starling Marte. To 1-2 now. You know, this could be the start of something much more productive for John Lackey on the road, and the start of it would have come a little earlier, but we talked about the vast discrepancy between his home and road ERAs. But in his last 2 away from Busch, only 1 run over 14 innings. He's allowed just the 1 run tonight. So 2 road runs in his last 19 away from home. Far cry from the way he started the season as a visiting pitcher.
Yeah, absolutely. It was pretty drastic, the splits. John Lackey started off with a little bit of a rocky first month. Made much better, 1.89 ERA.
It's full count now, 3-2 to Starling Marte.
June, even though the record was good, high ERA, and then July currently coming into this 1.29. So the even months have been pretty good for him.
Bucks trying to put their leadoff hitter on for the first time tonight. Still 3-2. Pittsburgh's lone score, the 2-out home run rather, by A.J. Burnett, his first dinger in a decade. Here is the next 3-2 pitch on its way to Marte. Ball 4, and the Pirates do have the leadoff hitter aboard for the first time tonight. Elsewhere, the Nationals and Orioles continue their Beltway series. The Nationals had kind of hit the offensive skids. What's happening tonight? Kevin Burkhardt has an update. Oh, that's got to feel good for Matt Williams. His Nationals had scored only 4 runs during a 3-game losing streak. Really, the only guy that was hitting over that period was Harper, who will most definitely be there Tuesday night for the 86th annual All-Star game right here on Fox. A ball and no strikes to Jung-Ho Gung. In the air to left, right in Grichuk's tracks. And there's 1 away.
The ball in has given him a little bit of a problem. He's had that one-handed kind of trying to pull the barrel of the bat in, but can't quite do it with 2 hands.
The Pirates like the pop they have with Gung. He hit 40 home runs his last year abroad before coming stateside to join the Pirates this year. I just don't know how you can quantify a 40 home run season in Korea and try to predict what that's going to translate into in the big leagues here in the U.S. I guess it's something we're all figuring out together. Here's Pedro Alvarez now. They used to say all the time in the minors, you can't really take minor league numbers from, say, the PCL with the hard infields, different altitudes, lighter air. You hit 45 home runs in Albuquerque or Vegas, and what's that going to mean in the AL East, for example?
Yeah.
Really a different kettle of fish when you're talking about Korea or Japan. One and one to Alvarez.
Yadi Molina has so many unique gifts, but traits when he's behind the plate. He'll look at that runner at first, especially a runner that's trying to steal all the way to the last second before the pitch is being delivered. Always trying to gain the advantage. Oh, he missed it. He's looking at the runner right now. Trust me.
I'd be kind of surprised if Marte, or rather, Marte was running, given he has just come back to active duty. Hadn't played since July 5th. They were talking about a DL stint with him, something that they did not have to do.
So he'll give the signs. He's looking at the hitter, make sure he's not peeking, but then he'll peek over. Well, he knew he was throwing over, so
they're going to check on him anyway. Two balls and a strike to count to Pedro Alvarez, who has struck out and lined into a double play today. Just 4 for his last 29. He sends that into center field for Pham. And there are 2 away. Tomorrow it's the 2015 Sirius XM All-Star Futures game on MLB Network. Then on Monday, the 2015 Gillette Home Run Derby presented by Head & Shoulders on ESPN. Tuesday, the All-Star Red Carpet Show presented by Chevrolet on MLB Network. And it all leads up to the Midsummer Classic, the All-Star game itself, 7 Eastern, right here on Fox.
They got you working overtime.
Yeah. The Futures game tomorrow. Seth Maness is up in the bullpen for St. Louis.
Awfully nice of Millar to let you use his jet to get there from here to there.
Yeah.
Short turnaround.
If his jet is a flatbed truck, I'll be on the back of it. I don't care how old you are and what your favorite summer pastime may be. The All-Star game is always a huge, big deal. And, fans can be critical of the voting process. Fans can be critical of choices managers make. But at the end of the day, the game itself is so much fun. It's a celebration of our national pastime. The best talent in the world is there. There's all kinds of pomp and circumstance attached to it. And I can't wait to get to Cincinnati. 28 first-time All-Stars, which is awesome.
Yep. 20 players of 25 or younger. New wave of great talent in the game. Here's one of them.
Into left and right at Randall Grichuk. Nothing comes of the leadoff single. To the 7th, it's still 3-1 St. Louis. in this game may well have come in the second inning when it looked like Mark Reynolds had struck out to end an inning. Instead, that swing was called a foul ball. So on the very next pitch, Reynolds went deep. And then tempers got the best of both Francisco Cervelli and Clint Hurdle, who were understandably upset by those turns of events. They were both ejected. The Cardinals have never trailed in this game, and on your Budweiser game summary, you see the Reynolds home run, the ejections, and two very good starting pitching performances. John Lackey perhaps a bit better.
Yeah, Lackey has not had to wiggle out of too many jams like A.J. Burnett has. Burnett really pitched great to keep it to this 3-run scenario. A couple miscues led to those runs, but he's the only reason they've got one on their side.
0-1 the count to Matt Carpenter, who's been on base twice and scored a couple of runs tonight. And Carpenter, most unusually, is now leading off an inning for the 4th time tonight. A.J. Burnett going 6 innings now for 7 straight starts. First time he's ever accomplished that in his 17-year career. Carpenter, Wong, and Peralta here in a 2-run game, top of the 7th. Two balls and 2 strikes to Matt Carpenter. Wong's had a couple of hits tonight. Top of the order has been very effective this evening from Mike Matheny's bunch. Carpenter pulls that one down the line and foul.
AJ threw that ball, and really the only place he could hit that ball was to pull it foul. In on his hands.
The next 2-2. Put in play at first for Alvarez, who makes the play on this one. And they retire Carpenter to start an inning for just the 2nd time tonight. Two top dogs in the NL Central. In fact, the 2 best records in the National League. 4.5 games separating St. Louis and Pittsburgh.
Sox beat the Cubs again, so St. Louis could gain another game, or half a game on the Cubs.
Ball to no strikes to count to Colton Wong.
I mean, this really could turn into a 1-team wild card race if Pittsburgh keeps playing the way they're playing. They've got a huge lead on the 2nd wild card team, the Cubs.
Of course, a lot of road left to hoe, with the Mets playing a lot better than anybody may have anticipated this year. If they could find a couple of offensive pieces prior to the trade deadline, they become a bigger story.
Too bad for Steve and Matz, though. Out for at least a month.
Three balls and a strike to count to Colton Wong. Johnny Peralta waiting on deck with 1 away and the base is empty. And there's ball 4. You know, as far as the Cardinals go in the postseason and the division title more appropriately, it seems that they're always there since 2000. 121 postseason games, most in baseball. A couple of World Series titles under Tony La Russa in 06 and 2011. They've been to the NLCS 4 straight seasons. They do it with a different cast of characters. They do it with the same philosophy, however. And Mike Matheny's in just his 4th year as a major league manager, yet he has cut his postseason teeth deeper than a lot of guys who've been out there for 7, 8, 9 years. Wong running immediately. Peralta swings and misses, and it's another bag for Kolten Wong tonight. Looked like he stayed anchored on the corner of that bag, although the fan reaction would lead you to believe otherwise. Pirates don't have a challenge. This will be an umpire review. So they'll take another look to see if at any point Kolten Wong came off the bag while the ball was applied.
Well, they're teaching the infielders just keep that glove on. And he did the little hokey pokey, but the glove came off.
Yeah, I don't know why he felt compelled to do that little Adrian Beltre dance step. Because that could have cost him. Now they're showing it up here on the big scoreboard on the jumbotron in the ballpark, and it really makes it look as though the glove was still on his right thigh.
And I think this will be upheld.
And that could be one of those tricks with, you know, you get the big video board, you're not really seeing the detail as clearly. Let's see if we have a real decisive look.
And he takes the glove off that knee right there and doesn't get it back to the other knee.
Yeah. Much ado about nothing. I mean, I get this. You want to take another look. And when the ball beats the guy down there by so much, or vice versa, as was the case here, these reviews seem annoying.
Yeah, the reviews have changed the way a call would typically always be. The guy slides in, to your point, beats that little just fraction of a quarter of an inch where his spikes come up off the bag and they hold the tag. Was not intended, I believe, to catch that. But now, because we have the views we do,
right,
they've changed the way that infielders typically would make the swipe tag, and that would be it. Now they keep the tag on through the slide the entire time.
You know, it's one thing to get the call right. We would all agree that we're serving the greater good by doing that, and replays are a good thing. But, you know, these seem to be just messing with the semantics of the game. And the original call stands. So it's the second stolen base of the night for Kolten Wong, his 10th of the year, and a chance for Johnny Peralta to drive in a run. I pulled some numbers out of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch this week regarding Peralta's contributions to the Cardinals. And get a load of this. We talked about how there hadn't been a lot of continuity at shortstop in the years preceding his arrival. Between 2008 and 2013, St. Louis shortstops combined for 35 home runs in 3,627 at-bats. Johnny Peralta, in a year and a half, has hit 33 home runs in fewer than 1,000 at-bats. It's not just all about home runs, but when you consider that he leads all shortstops in home runs, doubles, and extra base hits over the period he's been a Cardinal, it would look like one of the best free agent signings we've seen anywhere in the last few years. And at the time, a lot of people poo-pooed it.
Yeah, well, I could see why, what he was coming from, the suspension, but he has proven himself worthy.
JP, were you among those that looked at that signing with a bit of a slanted eye?
Well, Matt, with a shortstop of that age, you're always concerned a little bit about how the aging curve is going to go, but he has certainly exceeded expectations. And again, we talk about the Cardinals, guys, and how often they are right in their investments in the draft, internationally, in trades. And then here you go, their biggest free agent investment ever on a player who wasn't already with the club. And so far, guys, it looks like it's turning out very, very well.
No question. In a position that really lacks a lot of offensive punch these days, Johnny Peralta has distinguished himself as one of the best of the bunch. There's ball 4 to him. So back-to-back one-out walks now.
May do it for AJ.
Yeah, Jared Hughes has been up in the bullpen. He's hot, and it looks like they want the left-hander for Jason Hayward. So Burnett goes 6 1/3 tonight. He'll leave as 2 base runners aboard his responsibility, and he will leave with a 2-run deficit. He'll also leave to a nice ovation. Great performance tonight. Struck out 6 in his 6 1/3. He leaves trailing by 2, but his biggest impact tonight may have come on the other side of the scorecard. His first home run in almost a decade, and so far it's the only damage of the night against John Lackey.
Yeah, he was stingy. Not his best, but that's what he's developed into, and really this fine year he's having. What he's called his last year, his 17-year career.
So a pitching change, and it is not Tony Watson on the mound, nor is it Jared Hughes, who we thought was coming in. It is Antonio Bastardo who takes over out there for the Pirates. He has made 7 straight scoreless home appearances and is in a tight spot here. Bastardo facing Jason Hayward with runners at first and second and only 1 away. Hayward tonight has struck out, been hit by a pitch, and reached on an error. As you take a look at the line on Antonio Bastardo, making his 31st appearance of the night tonight. The former Philly working to a 3.86 earned run average.
He can be tough on left-handers with his breaking ball, slider.
Hayward bounces that foul, and not by much.
It's one place lefty on lefty that Hayward really doesn't give in much on that pitch. He's might expand the zone a little bit more against a right-hander, believe it or not. But seeing the ball better these last 30 games.
Yeah, Mike Matheny had high words of praise for Jason Hayward. Talked about how he fit in immediately. Didn't let the bad April and May affect his defense at all. Didn't complain when he was hitting down in the order for really the first time in his career. I don't know that anybody's really defined what Jason Hayward will evolve into. Is he going to be a consistent run producing middle of the order guy? Is he better served in the 1 or 2 spots as the Braves used him frequently the past couple of years? He chased a pitch up around his shoulders.
Well, that free agent market is going to be one of those questions as we look at this high pitch that he goes after. Very interesting to see what teams throw out there for Jason. Everybody knows how great of a defender. But offensively, to your point, Matt, not really the identity that has been figured out yet.
Behind a ball and 2 strikes. Bastardo coming out of a long set. I think Colby Rasmus is going to be on the market this year as well as a free agent outfielder. And the two, while certainly different players, statistically they have reminded me of one another. You always hear about this great untapped potential with both of them. Both left-handed hitters. As Bastardo chases Wong back to the bag.
Good thing Bastardo's not a starter, huh? Games would take forever.
It's a good thing he doesn't share a roster with Rafael Betancourt. It's a good thing Steve Traxel and Armando Reynoso don't come out of retirement and join the Pirates. Two and two to Hayward. Back to Bastardo. And the hesitation costs the Pirates the double play. Bastardo took that weird moment after fielding the comebacker, and they settle with just the out at second base.
I don't know where he was looking. He just got caught.
So now with Yadier Molina scheduled, the Pirates want to go back to the bullpen for a right-hander. Second pitching change of the inning. Runners at the corners with 2 gone in a 2-run game, and we'll be right back. Knock Knock Live. Ryan and his crew are knocking on doors all across America, bringing huge celebrities, big prizes, and all kinds of craziness you don't want to miss. Knock Knock Live. It premieres Tuesday, July 21st on Fox.
Jared Hughes doing his best to pick up for the lack of time that Bastardo was out there. He's sprinting to the mound. See if he can sprint his way to getting Molina out.
Hayward runs on the first pitch home, and Jason Hayward has a stolen base. Man, the Cardinals have just been running wild tonight. 2 for Kolten Wong, 2 for Jason Hayward. The numbers on Jared Hughes, making his 43rd appearance of the year already. He's working on a consecutive scoreless inning streak that's reached 13. And is stranded 19 of the 21 he has inherited. Oh, and the throw is able to get Molina despite a little lollipop in it. Make that 21 of the 23 stranded by Jared Hughes. Make it a plan to make it home. And by Lowe's. Lowe's never stopped improving. Well, not a lot in terms of offense. A 3-1 lead for St. Louis. Then again, with the quality starting pitching matchup that we saw at 7 o'clock tonight, Lackey versus Burnett, we didn't expect a lot of offense. Been a fun game so far. As John Lackey goes back to work, he'll get Jordy Mercer to lead things off. Then a pinch hitter. And then the top of the order, Gregory Polanco. Lackey has been in command tonight. The only damage, once again, Burnett's 2-out solo home run in the 5th. Outside of that, he has scattered 3 additional hits.
Just reached the 100 pitch plateau. 68 of them strikes.
Travis Ishikawa is the pinch hitter who waits next. Check that. It is not Ishikawa. That is Steve Lombardozzi who would bat next. It'll be the former National that'll have a chance. And Mercer taps it out to shortstop for Peralta. 1 away. slug your way to the Home Run Derby crown and master the free award-winning game millions are playing. Download MLB.com Home Run Derby free on the App Store and Google Play. Lombardozzi had a pinch-hitting appearance here in Game 1 of this series Thursday night. He is looking for his first hit since being recalled from AAA at the end of June. This is his second stint with the big league club this year. He was in the midst of a good campaign at AAA Indianapolis, batting .316 at the time of the recall. Little pop-up flared wide of the bag for out number 2.
Lackey has induced a lot of soft outs, and when he's gotten in trouble, it's been with 2 outs, and he's wiggled himself out of all of that except for the home run by Burnett.
So here's Gregory Polanco now back to the top of the order. He has reached on an error and a walk. A great line for John Lackey again tonight. Gets his last out, and that'll mean 7 or more innings of work in 9 consecutive starts for Lackey.
Worked his ERA all the way down under the 3 mark. Currently sitting at 2.99.
And Polanco has a base hit.
That might do it for Lackey as well. Left-hander warming up in the pen.
Yeah, here comes Mike Matheny with the lineup card in hand, and he's going to make a double switch. So Lackey will be removed after 6 2/3 tonight, and he was really good this evening, as we've talked about since basically the opening bell. And it looks like Kevin Segrist will be summoned from the Cardinal bullpen.
Is he doing the knock-knock thing?
We'll be right back.
I forgot.
for the Midsummer Classic with home field advantage for the World Series on the line. Our coverage of the 2015 MLB All-Star Game presented by T-Mobile presents Tuesday at 7 Eastern right here on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. John Lackey gave it a real good go tonight. Gone after 6 2/3, and the winning pitcher of record should the bullpen hold up. Left-hander Kevin Segrist, the batter, or the pitcher rather. He will turn the batter Neil Walker around to hit from the right side of the plate, and Segrist delivers strike one.
Tremendous over-the-top fastball, 95+ miles an hour, back in form. He was so good a couple years ago for the Cardinals last year, not quite duplicating that success.
A ball and a strike to Neil Walker, who has a single in 3 tries tonight. We keep building this part of the order by saying Andrew McCutchen lurks on deck. McCutchen not only has gone 0 for 3 tonight, he has gone 0 for 3 rather quickly, as Walker now falls behind 1 and 2. I think Mike Matheny feels okay about the left-hander Segrist at this part of the order, even though after the switch hitter Walker, it's McCutchen right, Marte right, Gung right. Segrist's been really good against right-handed batters this year, as you see how the Cardinals have realigned defensively. Peter Borges entering in center. Popped him up. And Kevin Segrist retires the final batter here in the 7th. On to the 8th. It's still 3-1 Cardinals. In Pittsburgh, it was really the highlight that got the most play in all of Major League Baseball. The Tarps swallowed up a member of the grounds crew, and the Bucs themselves were quick to lend a hand. Everybody was okay, a little embarrassed perhaps, for no reason. That just came out of nowhere. Their t-shirts being sold around here now, kind of lionizing the moment. No threat of rain today, but a 2-run deficit for the Bucks notwithstanding. Archimedes Caminero will take over on the mound and face Mark Reynolds to start things here in the top of the 8th.
You're going to see 98 right there. 98-mile-an-hour fastball and a splitter. Basically a 2-pitch pitcher. Splitter has a little bit of inconsistency to it, but his fastball has a lot of life to it.
It was Reynolds' solo home run that touched off the controversy and also started the scoring for the Cardinals. They have not given that lead back. Caminero makes it 1-2. Dominican-born right-hander is set. His next offering is fouled back.
Mark Reynolds, time a good fastball, but 98, 99.
And Reynolds pops it up. Gung's got it for round number 1. There were 2 ejections in that inning in the second when Reynolds hit the home run after what should have been strike 3 to get Burnett out of the game. Get Burnett out of the inning, that is. Dave Joust taking over for Clint Hurdle after he was ejected. Francisco Cervelli also ejected. And here's Randall Grichuk now with 1 away. When the Pirates bat in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have McCutchen, Marte, and Gung. So the middle of the order guys will still have at least one more crack at this. And it's quickly 0-2 to Randall Grichuk. Hey, bear with me here on this one, but I'm going to do like this weird connect the dots thing with you. Know how we were talking about Randall Grichuk and how his percentage of hits for extra bases is second only to Mark Teixeira?
Yep.
So Teixeira's hits, more of those have gone for extra bases than anybody else in baseball. There it is again, right? Texas first.
Not by much.
Not by much. Weird kind of connection between the 2 of them. Randall Grichuk was, of course, drafted by the Angels as he swings and misses here. The Angels had 2 picks in the first round that year back in 2009. The one that they used to choose Grichuk was the number 24 pick overall. And they got that pick as compensation from losing Francisco Rodriguez to the Mets. The next pick that the Angels got was as compensation for losing Mark Teixeira to the Yankees. They used that pick to get Mike Trout. So in a weird way, those 2 players, K-Rod and Tex, are connected to guys like Trout and Grichuk, even though Grichuk has since moved on and wears another uniform. Tommy Pham hits one hard into the gap in right center field. That's going to roll all the way to the wall. Pham holding up at second base after it looked like he considered third. A 2-out extra base hit for Tommy Pham.
Well, you saw that fastball away. You can't try to pull this pitch. He goes right with it, uses the velocity to his advantage, splits the defenders. Pittsburgh's outfield can get to the ball very quickly. So either way, the Angels weren't going to make a bad decision, it looks like.
No. Thanks for bringing me back to that. Here is another former Angel who actually came over in the same deal, Peter Borges. You know, that's why it's hard for fans to wait for all the fruits of those deals to fall to the ground.
Right.
When you lose, say, Mark Teixeira to free agency and you get a compensation pick back for it, fans are like, who cares about that? You know, why didn't they re-sign our star? Well, that compensation pick turned into Mike Trout. worked out okay.
Yes, it did.
For the Cardinals, they let Albert Pujols walk, and they used their compensation pick to get Michael Wacha. That worked out all right.
Sure has.
And a called strike 3 taken by Borges. 6 outs left for the Bucs to try to catch St. Louis tonight. The official soft drink of MLB. And by T-Mobile, switch to the Data Strong network. Andrew McCutchen 0 for 3, and some would say rather due tonight. McCutchen, Marte, and Gung against the left-hander Kevin Segrist, who will continue despite what would look like bad matchups. Segrist again has been very good against right-handed hitting this year, and Mike Matheny confident in him to continue. 0-1 the count to McCutchen. This might be McCutchen's last chance to convert on the 17-game hitting streak that we've talked about a couple of times tonight.
Well, they've made really good pitches against him. I know he's been aggressive and hasn't made probably his better swings tonight.
To 2-1, and the first time McCutchen has been ahead in a count tonight. The 11th sellout crowd of the year for the Pirates, and with the exception of the noise they made in the 5th after Burnett's home run, they really haven't had a whole lot to get excited about.
They haven't, and credit John Lackey in staying in attack and getting most of the traffic out before 2 outs.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to McCutchen. Their hard-throwing closer Trevor Rosenthal getting ready. There's ball 4 to McCutchen. Bucks put their leadoff hitter aboard for just the second time tonight. More importantly, the tying run steps in at the plate in the form of Starling Marte.
Time called while they were getting something on the field, fell from the left field stands.
Marte has singled and doubled tonight. And with the exception of Burnett, who hit the 2-out home run in the 5th, it has been Marte that's provided really the only pop tonight.
He's so important, as is McCutchen in this lineup, but having Marte in the lineup makes this so much more flexible for the length of their lineup and what they can do.
Oh, one from Segrist, fouled in the other direction. This division rivalry between the Pirates and Cardinals, as good as it was last year, it's been just as even this season. And it just so happens that the home team has had the advantage in it. So much so that the home team has won 33 of the 46 head-to-head over the last couple of years between St. Louis and Pittsburgh. That's over 70% of the time the home team wins when it's the Pirates and Cardinals. See Andrew McCutchen's leadoff first via StatCast at 10 feet.
Battle right now, following off some pretty good pitches. 0-2.
Leadoff hitter aboard. Nobody out here last of the 8th. Cardinals up by 2. And that one gets away from Reynolds. But Pittsburgh gets a gift.
I'm not quite sure on an 0-2 count why you're going over here. It's got to be on Reynolds, huh? I think it's a catchable ball.
The error is in fact charged to Reynolds at first. And Marte strikes out. You know, back to that throw to first base, and to your point, John, McCutchen has only attempted 7 stolen bases all year. You see Marte get tied up again with that high gas. So here's Gung now.
Beating him in for the most part.
It looked like he was fooled that time. 96-mile-an-hour fastball, and his feet weren't in it. In the hole, 0-2. What would you attack as a weakness for somebody like Jung Ho Kang, whose setup is on his toes, and then he takes that exaggerated foot in the bucket, quote unquote, when he lifts that front leg?
Yeah, it's an interesting approach, and I'm sure the velocity here.
Look at that. He shoots it into right field. Reacted to the fastball that time. Grichuk up throwing, not in time. Kang to second, and it's a one-run game. How do you like that? Jung Ho Kang looked like he was put away and finished on 0-2. And he shoots a fastball into the opposite field.
Well, Lackey was beating him inside, and that pitch is away, and he just sticks the bat out. Aggressive base running here by McCutchen, but that led to the throw getting by Molina as he gets down to try and get this ball hop over his head. Now the tying run on second base. Don't know if they would have attempted to run on Jason Hayward if he was still in the game.
2 errors in the inning, charged to the Cardinals. One on Reynolds on the pickoff throw that went bad, and the other to Grichuk on that errant throw home. It's 3 errors tonight by the Cardinals. Remember the decision to double switch Jason Hayward out of the game earlier. And it made sense at the time. Hayward's turn had just passed. But, you know, you could counter that argument by saying he's the best defensive outfielder in the ballpark tonight.
That he is. But that pickoff throw changed the whole defensive alignment. Runner on first, you stay more in double play position.
Two balls and a strike to Pedro Alvarez, hitless tonight. 4 for his last 30. But with the tying run in scoring position and 1 away.
It's a tough matchup for Pedro Alvarez. Even if he was hot, it's a tough matchup. And the way it looks like, the way that Seegers is throwing, he'd have to hang one. And his approach has been work away and break the ball.
Two, he shot the corner and missed. Full count now.
That pitch was so good, there's nothing Pedro could do, so taking it was the best option.
Three-two pitch to Alvarez, lined up the middle. Here comes Kang. Alvarez to second. Pedro Alvarez began the night 4 for 27 with 11 strikeouts against left-handed pitching. But boy, did he come through against Kevin Seegers. He'll be lifted for a pinch runner as Mike Matheny goes back to the bullpen. A brand new story in Pittsburgh tonight. Last 30, really struggling against left-handers, but he's able to get to 7. Kevin Segrist here to drive in the tying run.
Yeah, and he was trying to draw the throw, and the in-between hop catches Reynolds, but this is the fastball away and a fastball right down the middle. He had struggled with the sliders in the last 2 pitches, got closer to timing the fastball. All I can say is, wow, this was a game that you felt, even though it was close, the Cardinals had total control. Manis is trying to keep it in a tie game.
Well, Manis making his team-leading 44th appearance of the year tonight. And as John mentioned, he'll try to limit the damage at 2. Pinch runner is Gorky Hernandez. He represents the go-ahead run as Chris Stewart 0 for 3 tonight digs in.
Manis is a ground ball specialist. If his sinker's working, that's where the hitters beat the ball into the ground.
The former Eastern Carolina Pirate trying to quiet down the Pittsburgh Pirates tonight. Two balls and no strikes to Stewart. On the appeal, no swing, 3-0.
You hate to think one bad decision leads to an inning, but the throw to first base just didn't make a lot of sense at 0-2. Granted, catching the ball would have been much easier, but getting the runner at second base opened up some opportunities for the Pirates.
So Manis loses Stewart on the 4-pitch walk, and now it's Jordy Mercer with runners at first and second and 1 away. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, you can't help but think about your box score, the one that you abandoned.
Yes.
Prior to the start of this half inning, I mean, it was flat. The Pirates had a couple of opportunities. Nothing sustained. They had the 2-out home run by Burnett, and it looked like the Cardinals were going to ride that all the way to another one of their patented wins with 3 or fewer runs. It has been a total turnaround here in the last of the 8th. 2 hits, 2 errors, and a tie score. 0-1 to Jordy Mercer.
Cardinals also got a pretty good record going when they score first, which is what they did. That's in jeopardy. 44-1 when leading after 7 entering tonight.
Mercer lines to shortstop. Peralta very heads up trying to double off the runner at second, but Hernandez is able to get back.
Great job by Hernandez pinch running to be aware that the ball that's hit to your side of the third base, you cannot commit. So quickly you got to make that decision. Keeps the inning alive. Heads up base running. Easier said than done in a tie game at home, trying to get that jump, thinking the ball might get through.
Well, here is Cardinal villain Travis Ishikawa. And granted, with much lesser stakes tonight, he's the guy who, as we revisited earlier, broke Missouri's heart last postseason. The big walk-off home run that put the Giants in the World Series. Not as much success this time, but the damage is done in terms of taking that lead away. 2 in the 8th. And the Pirates have tied it at 3. Pirates were down 3-zip entering play in the bottom half of the 5th, and with 2 away, A.J. Burnett finally got him on the board. It was 3-1 going to the bottom half of the 8th. Andrew McCutchen led off with a walk, got the second on an error. Jung-Ho Kang, he cashed in on an 0-2 pitch, shot a run into right. And then Pedro Alvarez in a tough lefty-lefty matchup tied it with a base hit back up the middle.
Yeah, this was big. Could have led to another run. Him getting to second base on the throw. Manus quieted the rally.
And the new pitcher on the mound for the Pirates is the left-hander Tony Watson, who induces a fly ball to center off the bat of Matt Carpenter.
Watson had Wilson with him. Wilson now with the Yankees. The 2 lefties were pretty good out of the pen last year.
Travis Ishikawa takes over at first base after pinch hitting in the previous half inning. Here's Kolten Wong now. He's had a nice night. 2 for 3 with a walk and a couple of stolen bases. Yeah, that Watson-Wilson combo was, I mean, that was enough to tie our Scotch-Irish tongues in knots. Both left-handed, both threw hard. I mean, if you didn't see the number, you had a hard time occasionally.
Still thinking about that bear illustration you gave me. That was a good one. I'm going to hold on to that one for a while.
A ball and 2 strikes to Kolten Wong. Johnny Peralta waits on deck. When the Pirates bat in the last of the 9th, they're going to have the top of the order. Watson trying to get it there, still tied.
McCutchen might have a chance after all, huh?
He might have a chance.
The hitting streak.
Sitting on 17 in a row. I know that we could probably dig it up, and I know it's probably out there on the interweb, but I'd love to know that the details, like in DiMaggio's 56 gamer or in Rose's National League record hitting streak, on how many of those nights did they get a bonus at bat, say extra innings, or, you know, tied where they shouldn't have played a bottom of the 9th. Shrapnel coming up the first baseline rather on that foul ball, and it's still 2-2. Hey, it's Bull from Night Court. No, it isn't. Sorry.
Cirque du Soleil.
Still 2 balls and 2 strikes to Kolten Wong.
That's shattering the bat.
Yeah. Not salvageable. Swing and a miss.
Man, that is nasty. Guy drops down 3/4 and buries it in against the left-hander with some pop.
All-Star jerseys, caps, collectibles, and more. Get all your 2015 All-Star Game gear at the MLB.com shop. Johnny Peralta now with 2 gone and the base is empty. I mean, you want to wonder why no one's going to hit in 56 straight games ever again. With this kind of specialized relief pitching, you got a guy blowing mid-90s one after another from the right side, from the left side. Watson dropping down 3/4 like you talk about, John. Good luck.
It is so true.
No swing on the appeal. 1-2 to Peralta. Still a ball and 2 strikes to Johnny Peralta. And you have not seen big groups of fans get up to head to the parking lots either. Hoping for some late heroics. Instead, Peralta keeps the top of the 9th inning alive with a 2-out single. So for what would have been Hayward's spot in the order, it'll be a pinch hitter, Dan Johnson.
Johnson has bounced around a few places. Oakland, Tampa, a few of them are missing a couple.
Hit some big home runs as a Tampa Bay Ray. Had a couple of hits and 2 runs batted in his Cardinal debut Wednesday against the Cubs, and takes a strike to fall behind 0-2. Still 0-2 to Johnson.
Watson's pretty much just telling the Cardinals hitters, here it is. See if you can hit it.
Yeah, not many wrinkles. I mean, when you're working both sides of the plate at 96, as he has been tonight.
That's a little harder to try to get in, stand in there and get hit and have your teammates say we got ice.
96 coming right at your hip. Yeah, you ought to move a little. A ball and 2 strikes. Excuse me, swing bouncer to the weak side of the shift where Gunn throws him out. To the bottom of the 9th, tied where Polanco, Walker, and McCutchen will try to be heroes. Knock it out of the park. Goodyear, more driven. A 3-3 tie headed to the bottom of the 9th in front of a sellout crowd in Pittsburgh. The 11th sellout crowd of the year for the Pirates home faithful. And they would like nothing more than to see some exciting walk-off heroics here. They'll have the top of the order to try to get it done. Polanco, Walker, and McCutchen. Top of the order thus far has been relatively quiet for Pittsburgh. And the veteran left-hander Randy Choate trying to push this into extra innings. Gregory Polanco 1 for 3 tonight. He's also reached on an error and a base on balls.
Choke pretty much a specialist, but Mike Matheny's not afraid to let him go more than just left-handed batters. But primarily, that is going to be his role for the most part on the year.
You know, that earlier number we were talking about, how 3/4 of the games between the Pirates and Cardinals the last couple of years have gone in favor of the home team. But part of that is because they're always so close and late, so it seems. And in those sudden death situations, sure, the home team is going to have a decided advantage.
Well, when you look at all the team stats, and you look at a lot of them, they're so close as it speaks. Coming into this game, the run differential between the two teams was only 1. They only hit 1 more home run, did St. Louis, than Pittsburgh. The batting averages are 1 point difference. Everything all the way down you can find are pretty much 1 and 2 or close. We talked about in the open the ERA 1 and 2, both starters and the relievers.
2-1 to Polanco on a sharp hop back to Choate, who snatches it out of midair and gets it to first for out number 1. So now Neil Walker, who will again bat from the right side. He is 1 for 4 tonight, singling in the 5th. That base hit came as a left-handed batter against John Lackey, and Andrew McCutchen will hit next. As John mentioned, the Cardinals have only let 1 game get away from them all year, in which they have led after 7 and lost. That's punch to first for Mark Reynolds, and there are 2 quick outs for Choate.
That is going to do it for Choate. Looks like. You usually tell by your manager's walk. You got that down pat as a pitcher. You're like, uh-oh.
Yeah, they've got Trevor Rosenthal ready for Andrew McCutchen. All-Star versus All-Star with 2 out in the bottom of the 9th in a tie game. into their respective bullpens, and Randy Choate replaced here with 2 out in the ninth in favor of the closer in a non-save situation. Trevor Rosenthal will just try to get Andrew McCutchen and push this into a 10th inning tonight.
He's been unbelievable. You see the ERA, not giving up many hits, exclusively out of the stretch, helped his mechanics. He's throwing a lot more strikes, and certainly their bullpen, as we talked about, is very good. These kind of things happen when you get in the last weekend of the All-Star break, where you have the access of a couple starters that aren't going to pitch anymore. They could come out of the pen in a tie game. Normally you don't bring your closer in on the road in a tie game.
Rosenthal misses high to McCutchen again, and it's to 2 balls and a strike. McCutchen with another opportunity to extend his 17-game hitting streak. Rosenthal missing high again at 98. To get your attention.
I got a feeling anything in the area code here McCutchen's swinging. He's got one thought too.
Bridge.
Yep.
Oh, missed up and in again. So ball 4 puts McCutchen aboard. That is not a comfortable base on balls. Up over his head at 98 and then in at his hands. Here's Starling Marte now. He has a couple of hits tonight.
Now they're going to play no doubles or try to cut off anything that's hitting the gap. The speed of McCutchen. They're playing deeper. They'll take a hit in front of them. They just don't want it over their heads or in the gap.
And Marte pops into foul territory to take us to extra innings tonight in Pittsburgh.
Pirates have another pitcher in the game. Another guy that a lot of movement, curveball, big break, and a changeup acts like a splitter. Only 4 games, but he's added to the depth of their bullpen.
He's been the guy in the right spot for the Pirates the last week or so. He's recorded wins in 2 straight appearances, most recently with a couple of perfect bullpen innings Wednesday against the Padres. be a new left fielder behind the rookie right-hander as well, as super utility man Sean Rodriguez takes over out there. And Yadi Molina leads things off for St. Louis. Molina, Reynolds, and Grichuk. This is one that has a shelf life that's tough to determine. Neither roster goes deep a lot.
Here's the big curveball right out of the gate. Oh, I don't think we've seen one call of a swing yet, have we?
Yeah, most of those appeals down to Brian Knight at first have resulted in no swings. Yeah, I think all of them. I think you're right. Yadi Molina drove in a run with a sac fly in third. 7-time All-Star going back to the Midsummer Classic on Tuesday. And a base hit into left. So the Cardinals put the potential go-ahead run aboard to start things in the 10th inning. So that'll bring Mark Reynolds back, whose home run in the second did not come without a bunch of controversy. That swing should have been strike 3, as the replay clearly showed. Instead, he got a bonus opportunity, took advantage of it. Next pitch, he hit a home run. That led to the ejections of Francisco Cervelli and Clint Hurdle, and made for a rather unconventional start to the proceedings tonight.
Got a little bit of a strange way to get going. You lose 2 components of your team, manager and the catcher, starting catcher. But A.J. Burnett did a nice job keeping his cool and staying in the game, battling for his team, and that's why we're here, tied up.
Reynolds showing bunt, throw to first, and they nail Molina. Oh, Chris Stewart taking one right out of Yadi Molina's own playbook.
That was really smooth on the part of the Pirates, and I think Yadi was like, what? He's bunting? I don't think we've seen Mr. Reynolds bunt too often. He had to be doing that on his own.
I would agree. I mean, you can almost tell by the reaction there. And now he's behind 0-2.
Smell a curveball or something.
Oh my goodness. Reynolds with a high deep drive into the corner in left, and it's gone. Have you seen a weirder game all year?
Not really.
Man. Reynolds bunting, we think on his own. Then on a 2-strike pitch, a guy who was set up for a breaking ball, who's had troubles with that his whole career, straightens out his second home run of the game, and it lifts the Cardinals to a 1-run lead. That is Reynolds' first multiple home run game as a Cardinal, and the 22nd of his career. Here's Grichuk now. I was just getting ready to talk about how weird this game was from a St. Louis perspective, because I don't know that I've seen a Cardinals game in the last decade where they've committed 2 errors and Yadi Molina's gotten snapped thrown off of first base.
Yeah, Yadi was talking to him like, what are you doing? Totally redeemed himself.
ask me if I want to hear the most annoying sound in the world next.
I won't.
2 balls and a strike to count to Randall Grichuk. 3 errors, and Yadi Molina getting snap thrown off a first. 2 home runs by Mark Reynolds. A couple of strange reviews. A.J. Burnett goes deep. I'm checking for a full moon. Two balls and 2 strikes to Grichuk. That's line hard out to left. Sean Rodriguez dives and plays it on a hop. Grichuk on his way to second with his second double of the ball game.
Rodriguez makes an unbelievable play. That's going to be a triple. Catches the short hop, and Grichuk not only has power but got some speed to get to second base. He'd made up his mind. He's going 2 the whole way. This is some kind of play and effort right here. This ball's hit really firm. You see he's getting back, dives, and gets the short hop. How he does that. Nice play.
And it looks like we're going to have another pitching change.
And I think this is just more to talk into what his style, his pitching has been so far. And
yeah, there's nobody up. That's Ray Searage coming out to do this.
He's gotten beat with some of those changeups that act like a splitter. His curveball, he bounced right away in the check swing. Fastball is more of a show me pitch with this guy. You got to get the ball in the right location. He doesn't have the power arm that some of the guys in the pen do.
So here's Tommy Pham now. He's been walked and has doubled tonight. So it is trailing that the Pirates will bat in the bottom of the 10th. They hope it's just by a run. That's put in play to third. Great play by Jung-Ho Kang. He tags out Grichuk and then throws to first to complete a rather unorthodox double play. Boy, the strange stuff continues, but the big blow. Mark Reynolds, second home run of the game. Baseball Night in America returns to Pittsburgh after a word from your local Fox station. You know, Mark Reynolds' first multiple home run night as a Cardinal has been a huge part of the storyline. St. Louis looking to finish things out now in the bottom half of the 10th inning. As Trevor Rosenthal goes back to work, he'll get Jung-Ho Kang, Sean Rodriguez, and Chris Stewart. Cardinals have never trailed in this game. A ball and a strike to count to Kang. Mark Reynolds with a solo home run on a count that he never should have had in the second. Again, the controversy after the check swing. There was called a foul tip. Clearly showed that he went around and made no contact. Hit a home run on the next pitch and then hit a home run in the top of the 10th. Kang to the opposite field and off the wall in right. The tying run in scoring position to start the 10th. Here comes Kang on his way to third.
Cannot believe he attempted to go to third base. There's no way the coach was waving him out. He made a decision. He was going, and the cutoff did not get to the proper relay, and wow.
Cardinals bring the infield in with the tying run at third base and nobody out for Sean Rodriguez. Yeah, you clearly saw in that replay that third base coach Rick Sofield had the stop sign up. But that foul ball gets into the stands hot. Skimmed over the Cardinal dugout. Sean Rodriguez making his first plate appearance tonight. You also saw in that replay Rick Sofield, after he discovered, or after he realized that Kang was not going to stop, did everything he could to tell him to slide. He was down on his belly.
Well, what he's telling him now is you cannot go until the ball clears one of these infielders.
That's not going to do it. Grounded to third for Carpenter, and there's one away.
Cannot be over aggressive if you're Chris Stewart. You've got to try. It's not an easy against a guy who throws 98 miles an hour. Pick out a pitch and think about fly ball or a bloop.
Stewart's 0 for 3 with a walk tonight and takes a strike on the corner. 98-mile-an-hour fastball from Trevor Rosenthal. Again, the infield in for St. Louis. And it's 0-2 with Jordy Mercer waiting on deck. Trevor Rosenthal, by the way, on the road since May of last year has been almost impossible to solve. The only run allowed by Rosenthal in his last 33 road appearances was a home run by Andrew McCutchen here last August.
Said he had to pick on something up, and he got the pitch up out over the plate, up and in, no chance to do anything with it. But he shortened his stroke. You see how he wanted it up and in, but that ball was over the middle of the plate. He knew it right away. Shortened the stroke, Put the ball in play. Give yourself a chance. They're all doing it for McCutchen. They're trying to get him another at bat.
Well, it would take, I don't know what's going to happen, because they're either going to win it if it gets that far, or we go to another inning. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Winning run at first with one gone. And it's a ball and a strike now to Jordy Mercer, who has singled tonight. You know, we talk about how close the head-to-head series has been between the Cardinals and Pirates the last few years. Since the start of the 2013 season, however, the Pirates have only one walk-off win against St. Louis. The Cardinals, on the other hand, have walked off the Pirates 8 times during that span.
Yeah, they played some pretty epic games. Pittsburgh coming out on the low end of that totem pole, but I tell you, Pittsburgh has something unique working over the last couple of years, and especially this year. Much more complete team, confident team, resilient. They lost some pieces from last year, but they plugged in some new guys and connected with everything that they do from inside the clubhouse to out on the field. Not quite like what the Cardinals do, but they're gaining ground in that category.
Mercer behind the ball and 2 strikes. Tough pitch to spit on. Travis Ishikawa waiting next. On a night when John Lackey was in nothing but control for 6 2/3. 4 hits. Pitched out of the only 2 little mini jams he found himself in. The only damage on the home run by Burnett. But Segrist gives up a pair in the 8th. And here with a 1-run lead, Rosenthal is scored upon in the 10th.
I'm just telling you, last inning was almost a microcosm of the way this game's gone. You get a guy in Yadier Molina kind of deked by his own teammate, picked off at first, then a home run, then a double, aggressive double, and then an unlikely double play on a ball hit to third base while Grichuk's running to third. Who knows what would have happened if he wasn't tagged out there. It has really been a strange game.
Broken bat roller out to third. Cardinals get the 1 out at second base. So with 2 away, the winning run at first is Mercer.
First baseman, Travis Ishikawa.
Well, we talked about Travis. All choked up. We talked about Travis Ishikawa.
I got you back.
Landing that blow against the Cardinals as a Giant in last year's National League Championship Series. He has popped out tonight in his one and only chance. And here he is against Rosenthal in the 10th, taking a strike.
These 2 teams will not have to get up early and play the day game tomorrow. They have the night game before the All-Star game.
That would be much more cumbersome had the All-Star break not be starting. There's a comebacker for Rosenthal, and we are going to go to at least 11 innings tonight. Jung Ho Kang tripled to start things out. The bottom of the 10th, he'd scored the tying run. We're going to the 11th. Tuesday, baseball's best players gather in Cincinnati for the Midsummer Classic with home field advantage for the World Series on the line. Our coverage of the 2015 All-Star Game presented by T-Mobile begins Tuesday at 7 Eastern right here on Fox and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Peter Borges leads things off in the Cardinals' half of the 11th. Rare is the extra innings game that stays alive when each team scores. That's what the case is here. Top half of the 11th after St. Louis scored on the Reynolds home run. The Pirates tie it right back up again. Guerra's next offering is yanked foul.
He's been leaving that pitch up, that changeup slash split. Got to get that ball down. Without the velocity of his fastball, the hitters are getting some pretty good swings at it.
Much of the action on this Saturday, the final Saturday before the All-Star break, is final. Among the West Coast games in progress, the Brewers shutting out the Dodgers, though early in Los Angeles, 3-0 for Taylor Youngman and company. It's turned into one of the more interesting finds that the Brewers have unearthed in what's been an otherwise down year. Seattle leading the Angels early in the Pacific Northwest 2-0, and the Giants and Phillies are tied at 1 in the 4th. Miguel Sokolovich is up in the bullpen. This might turn into a Johnny Holstaff night after all. The Cardinals have used Segras, Maness, Choate, and Rosenthal. Pittsburgh has gone even deeper into its relief corps. They've used 5 bullpen arms: Bastardo, Hughes, Caminero, Watson, and now Guerra, who was out there in the 10th as well.
There's was the big curveball. 12-6 action. A lot of break on that pitch. We might see that Reynolds, but he hung that changeup for the home run.
Here's Matt Carpenter, and would you believe, here we are in the 11th inning, and it's Carpenter's 6th plate appearance of the night, and it's the first time he's not leading off an inning. Takes a strike. Home run derby, who do you got?
You know, I made an early call without seeing the brackets, but I went with Bryant.
Okay.
That means he's got to beat Pujols.
Right.
And then keep doing it.
I got Rizzo.
Yeah.
Pulled out of the hat. You know, you do the deal where you pull it out of the hat like a horse race or the you know, NCAA tournament.
I just like Bryant's ability to more like a BP situation. You know, if it was the other format, it would probably be more difficult for him. But he can go the other way. He can hit in that ballpark, obviously anywhere. I think his dad's throwing to him.
I love that. Robbie Cano style. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Matt Carpenter. Kolten Wong waits next. He's been on base 3 times tonight and has a couple of stolen bases among them. And there's a big breaking ball swung on and missed. Matt Carpenter, not an easy guy to strike out.
Second baseman, KOLTEN Wong.
Couldn't stay back. Tell you, Wong has had some pretty good swings tonight. He hasn't elevated one of them yet.
Kolten Wong 2 for 4 so far. Thinking about when McCutchen will have another opportunity here in this one. And it would be to bat 3rd in the bottom of the 11th. Ball and 2 strikes to Kolten Wong, batting with 2 out and the base is empty.
He got a good cut there. He tempted to set on an off-speed pitch right here if you're Wong, but seems to be the formula.
Hit him with a breaking ball.
He was sitting on it.
He was sitting on it. He was literally sitting on it.
We've had some strange hit by batsmen today. I've never seen one in the quad or the hamstring turned around. We're going to see it all.
We've seen a lot of weird stuff.
I'm going to make a phone call. I know some people.
Okay.
I'm going to get the start time to the Futures game pushed back a little bit for you. I might have to go upstairs and get a little rain delay to get that worked out for you.
Okay. Whatever it takes. Here's Johnny Peralta now. At this point, I'm worried about just getting there for the All-Star game. Peralta has a single in 5 trips to the plate tonight.
Don't know if Wong has it in him to try and steal one here with 2 outs. Get in scoring position.
But Wong has stolen 2 bases already tonight. Now it's 2 balls and no strikes to Johnny Peralta. This weirdness tonight, this strange game that we've watched, no less entertaining, by the way. There seems to be something in the water throughout the big leagues tonight. Talked about D. Gordon dislocating a thumb, sliding headfirst to first base today. He'll miss the All-Star game. That pop-up will end the top of the 11th, top of the order, with another chance for the Bucks to win it walk-off style. Andrew McCutchen bats third. We head that way, tied 4 apiece. Bottom half of the 11th, Polanco, Walker, and McCutchen. And another opportunity for Pittsburgh with the key guys in their lineup to try to win it walk-off style. A new pitcher, Miguel Sokolovich, takes over for the St. Louis Cardinals. And as we bring J.P. Morosi back onto the telecast, J.P., a young right-hander with an interesting story.
Yes, Matt. Sokolovich was born and raised in Caracas, Venezuela, but his last name is Polish. His grandparents were born in Poland but left around the time of World War II and then immigrated to Venezuela.
And on the mound in a key spot here in the last of the 11th, tied at 4. And starts Polanco with a breaking ball for a strike.
He falls away a little bit. You could see there with his mechanics. Fastball about 90 miles an hour. Change up 80. Slider 83. Not a ton of break on his slider. Change up right there. Beauty.
Sokolovich has been very effective for Mike Matheny. A 1.59 ERA, making his 15th appearance of the year tonight. He's limited opponents to just a 188 batting average this season. We'll cross up that time, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, that's the only problem at time to time when you have that front side going left and you're trying to throw the ball right. You see where he's set up and through the 5-hole. The umpire. Back to the changeup.
Still 1-2 to Gregory Polanco, who has a base hit tonight. Neil Walker waits next. 2-2 to Polanco. Gregory Polanco started play tonight at 232 with 3 home runs and 21 driven in, and with a full season's worth of opportunity. Those are numbers that have been disappointing to some. Granted, the expectations ramped up high for a young left-handed batter that just 18 months ago was tearing through AAA. That's headed into the gap, and that could be trouble. Closing ground quickly is Borges to make a fantastic running catch. Peter Borges made that look easy. He's that fast.
He really is. He is having a real good year, too. That's why, with the injuries in the outfield, the Cardinals don't miss much defensively. They actually gain when you can put a much speedier guy in center field and in left. This was closing speed right here. This was a surefire double. Look at the distance he has covered. He's playing deep as we speak, but still nice job.
So 1 out, base is empty now for Neil Walker, back to batting from the left side of the plate.
For the most part, the crowd has hung in there. Some people had to go, but they're hoping their Buccos can lose another game in the standings here, gain another game on the Cardinals.
Into left and playable for Tommy Pham. Two away as we revisit Borges' catch on StatCast.
Watch his reaction as soon as the ball's hit. Distance traveled. And over 20 miles an hour to get to that point. And they're not going to let Mr. McCutchen dare to beat him with one swing of the bat.
That's been the case in each of his last handful of plate appearances, though not walked intentionally. He walked in the 8th, walked in the 9th. Garrett Cole is the on-deck hitter, and we're just running out of bodies here at this point in the game. Mike Matheny kind of forcing the action by walking McCutchen with the pitcher spot due up next.
In this case, they're going to keep the pitcher in there. I don't think the deke was going to work anyways.
You weren't buying it?
Well, it was going to be a pitcher either way.
Yeah.
But I get the starting pitcher because he's more used to it. I got a feeling, I don't know this young man's history, but by his mannerisms, don't know that he has had a bat in his hand too many times.
Take 3 huge hacks, let it fly, right?
That's right.
He's not exactly up there trying to work the count, is he?
No, not at this point.
Okay. I'll say, Guerra looks even bigger when he's got a bat in his hand. That's a large man.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if he swings. But I was surprised Burnett hit a home run too.
Sharply struck to shortstop to end the inning. To the 12th in Pittsburgh, still tied at 4. Really on both sides here, as at some point we're going to run out of bodies. It almost became an issue in the previous half inning, but Pete Kozma is going to pinch hit to start things in the 12th. This is what's left. After Kozma, it's just going to be Tony Cruz left on Mike Matheny's bench. This list does not include starting pitchers. Sam Tuivailala is there.
Nicely done.
Thank you. Carlos Villanueva. Nick Greenwood.
That's why you're going to be great tomorrow too.
It is Pete Kozma to lead things off. You get the sense that Guerra is going to be the long guy, and the Pirates will try to get as much as they can out of him. Kozma, Molina, and Reynolds here for the Redbirds in the 12th. Back to Guerra, who knocks it down and gets Kozma for out number 1.
Big fella's handling himself pretty good out there. Nice swing at the plate, knocks it down there. Doesn't panic.
There's Yadier Molina now. He singled and then was picked off, leading off the top of the 10th.
is once again hitting for average, but I'm a little surprised at his power number. The home runs. See only 2. I suspect that to pick up.
Popped him up. Stewart hoping for a play. It's into the Bucks dugout. Mark Reynolds bats next. He has never had a 3-home run game. And when you consider his 2 home runs tonight came on rather unlikely chances. One in an extra innings played appearance that you never bank on, and the other after it had appeared he had struck out. Umpire said it was foul tipped. Very next pitch he hit a dinger. 1-2 to Molina. For the first time tonight, I see a trail of fans walking away from the park over the Clemente Bridge. You've only got so many extra innings bullets in you, I guess.
Well, they're just getting a head start for the Futures game tomorrow.
I was thinking they were heading back downtown to get to the furry convention. Mark Reynolds' first home run came after that. The second chance afforded him after a missed strike 3 call. And his second of the game in the 10th.
He's definitely strong, and he doesn't change his approach too many times with 2 strikes, which is why he'll strike out a lot and run into some of those home runs with 2 strikes.
Well, Mark Reynolds has been a notorious feast or famine guy at points in his career. I think that was a reputation that he grew weary of for understandable reasons. I don't think anybody wants to be known as an outhouse or castle hitter.
You know, some hitters, and I would venture to guess he's more of a guess hitter. He lets it fly. He's not going to hit for average per se. He's looking to drive the ball over the fence. So when he guesses and guesses wrong and doesn't cut down a swing, it's going to result in those strikeouts.
Well, 2 home runs and 2 strikeouts tonight. If you're going to trade a home run for a strikeout, that's a trade you'll make any time.
Yep.
It's when it's a home run for every 6 strikeouts that it becomes to be a problem. 2 balls and a strike to count to Mark Reynolds. That's part of the age bias in Major League Baseball, because if Mark Reynolds was a younger player and he was an outhouse or castle guy, he would still be viewed as an intriguing prospect. The same way, say, Javier Baez is looked at, the young Cubs prospect, yeah, who is that kind of hitter at this stage in his career. Reynolds making a bid for a 3rd home run. Rodriguez turns his back to the infield and makes the catch. What a recovery by Sean Rodriguez. Utility man extraordinaire. Still tied in the Steel City. Innings of baseball, 37 players have been used tonight. There have been a lot of pitches. It was a sellout crowd, the 11th of the year here in Pittsburgh, and we're working on 4.5 hours and counting, or roughly the time it takes to drive to Cincinnati.
I'm going to try it. You ready?
Go for it.
Tuivailala.
Pretty close.
I knew I wouldn't get it totally right.
Tuivailala. So now you got me a little tongue-tied. He'll bat second as Pete Kozma takes over at second base. He'll bat fourth. And Jung Ho Kang will lead things off in the bottom half of the 12th.
He certainly got his Pirates back into it with a double that he turned into a triple last time up after Reynolds had hit the home run to go ahead.
Sam Tuivailala making his 4th appearance of the year. He's been up and down a couple of times from AAA. Sean Rodriguez waits next. Made a terrific play to end the previous half inning. Kang swinging for the downs.
Good adjustment on the slider right there. First one backed up for a ball. Comes right back and makes the turn on that one.
But there is not a lot left on the Bucs bench. In fact, no position players at all.
These were the games I dreamed of as a pitcher. Starting pitcher, nothing to lose, only a chance to be a hero. Pinch hit or something, play center field. Came oh so close to doing it, but never got a chance to play center field. Couldn't get that last guy kicked out.
When they ran out of guys, yeah. you were just hoping it would come to you.
I'm yelling in the dugout, trying to get somebody thrown out so I can get in there and fulfill that dream.
Kang really late on a fastball. We talked about the great catch Sean Rodriguez made to end the top of the 12th. Let's look at it again via StatCast.
This ball had a lot of carry. It was certainly had to take a different route. But man, oh man, getting to the ball and making the catch. Nice play.
And Rodriguez off the end of the bat sends a cue shot up the line at first for out number 2. Well, Chris Stewart certainly gotten a lot more than he bargained for tonight. Around the time the first pitch was thrown at 7:05, Chris was thinking about, I got the night off. Francisco Cervelli's ejected in the second, and Stewart's been out there ever since, going deeper into the night than he ever imagined this evening.
He's got a tight slider when he gets it to make the turn the corner.
Sam Tuivailala has only been pitching since 2012, by the way. He was drafted as an infielder in 2010. Out of high school in Northern California, turned down a scholarship to play at Fresno State. And then thought his best route to the big leagues would be if he changed his fortune, became a pitcher in 2012, and here he is in the show.
Thought he looked a little different running to first. Wasn't really a pitcher's run over there. Looked athletic. Not that pitchers aren't athletic. It just looked like.
Oh, I get you.
Cleared it up.
Yeah, I get you.
Position.
He's one of those guys, and you hear the story all the time about the multi-sport athlete, point guard on the basketball team, quarterback of the football team. Usually hear those thrown around for shortstops and center fielders, though.
So he was a Millar type all around.
Yeah, yeah. That was exactly what I was thinking. And we're going to the 13th in Pittsburgh tonight. Randall Grichuk will lead things off, and Vance Worley is the latest to grab a ball out of that Pittsburgh bullpen.
Vance Worley, sink it. Placement of his pitch is more important. He'll run it in and out. See his numbers. Starts a few games, been out of the pen. Ray Searage has really helped turn him back around, as he has so many pitchers on the Pirates staff.
Randall Grichuk has a pair of doubles and a single tonight. And he'll lead things off here in the top of the 13th inning. 4 runs on 11 hits, 3 errors for St. Louis, 4 runs on 9 hits, an error by the Bucks. So a busier box score adds one more name to it. For the Pirates, Burnett, Bastardo, Hughes, Caminero, Watson, Guerra, and now Worley. And there's one away in the 13th.
I've seen that boat a few times. Which means it's gone up and down and back.
Yeah, I mean that's the late night boat coming back to shore with all the folks that are just done for the night.
Yeah.
There's Tommy Pham with one away. There it is. The USS Innsmoukoski, I'm told. Two balls and no strikes from Vance Worley to Tommy Pham. You know what this extra inning situation is doing is it's delaying the inevitable.
Oh, nice.
A tough hop for Gong. He has been fantastic tonight.
Made this look routine.
Jung Ho Kang very popular here in Pittsburgh, and of course back in his native land in Korea. He is one of a couple of Korean-born players in the U.S., but if we bring JP in on this, he's a guy that Korean baseball fans take particular stock in.
Yeah, Matt, first and foremost, speaking to followers of Korean baseball, a lot of Pirates hats now seen on the streets of Seoul. And he's a very important player, Matt, because he came from the Korean baseball organization, their professional league. And so for him to come through that organization and now establish himself as an everyday player here in the major leagues could open the door for future Korean players to come over.
Look at him go. Another great play. Jung Ho Kang doing it all. Stretching doubles into triples. Picking and grinning. And sending us to the bottom half of the 13th. Jordy Mercer leads off the home 13th against Sam Tuivasa-Lala. It'll be Mercer, then Ishikawa and Polanco. 8-9-1. The Bucks with yet another chance to walk off the Cardinals tonight. Chopper to third. Carpenter's got it, and there's one away. For those not going to the All-Star game, that Monday day off is going to feel real good.
Yeah.
There's Travis Ishikawa now. I know that fans don't want to hear about well-paid professional athletes complain about their schedule, and I do understand that. However, the rigors of playing 162 games over a 180-day span are such that they're really hard to ignore.
They are. And you talk about some of those off days, most of them traveling, some are taken up by rainouts. So you get this break in the All-Star, it really does help reset.
Do they have a big lighted ball here like they do at Times Square? midnight on the East. And here's Gregory Polanco now after 2 quick outs. It's a 400 pitch night. With some of the other numbers on a very unusual night for baseball. 3 Cardinal errors, controversial calls, check swings, reviews. These are the same 2 teams, by the way, that played a 14-inning affair on May 3rd in St. Louis. A game the Cardinals would win 3-2. Beaten on the ground for Reynolds, and we will go to 14 tonight. Matt Carpenter will lead off another inning when we come back. This is his 6th plate appearance of the ball game. 5 of them have come to lead off an inning. He'll go back to work, as will Vance Worley, who pitched a scoreless 13th. You know, you reach the point when you start thinking about a 2nd, 7th inning stretch, and that's what we'll have after the next 3 outs, where whatever cast of characters are out there, whether it's the guy on the mound or position players, that's who you're going to ride this out with until the end, because there isn't anybody left. It's unlikely the Bucs will dip into the ranks of starting pitchers, even though there is the break coming up. Same can be said of St. Louis. By the way, the record for the most number of times leading off an inning, and again this is Carpenter's 5th, is 7. And it's been done by many, last done by Yadi Molina of these Cardinals in a 20-inning game against the Mets a few years ago that was on Fox. It was a Saturday game. I remember a weary Kenny Albert slugging through that one. Carpenter takes a strike.
Saw that game 3 different times in the day. find out your friends in this business, you know. Get a lot of texts. They seem a lot happier on the other end.
Yeah. Oh, they think it's funny.
Yeah. You should be careful what they wish for.
Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Matt Carpenter. There's ball 4. Go ahead run on base to start the 14th. Well, this will be it. Tony Cruz is the last position player available for Mike Matheny and the Cardinals. And he'll be used to bat in the pitcher spot here. So that leaves only Carlos Villanueva and Nick Greenwood, who was just called up from AAA Memphis with Tuivailala, who now exits the game after being pinch hit for here.
He did a great job coming up. A lot of soft outs.
In fact, speaking of Nick Greenwood, he is up throwing in the bullpen. There goes Carpenter. Throw down to second. Skips into center field. Carpenter to third. And the go-ahead runs at third base now after a stolen base E2 with nobody out.
I think that was a hit and run. Definitely a hit and run that didn't go the hit part, but the throw, quick release.
So Cruz in a spot where a fly ball can deliver another lead for St. Louis. You know, a lot of times you get into extra innings this deep into the night. John, you've been around these more than I have. It turns into who's going to lose the game.
Yeah, more times than not.
There's a mistake made that decides a winner. It's not somebody stepping up and be a hero so much. Right to the drawn in second baseman, and Walker throws out Cruz. So now Johnny Peralta. Some form of putting the ball in play is what Peralta desires here to get that run across with 1 away.
Again, they either have the contact play on now or you're waiting for it to go through. It'd be awfully tempting at this point to not get the big jump and make something happen this late in the game. Carpenter getting aggressive leads and then obviously trying to get back to the bag right after the pitch is not swung at or put in play.
Two and one. We started out thinking that Mike Matheny's game plan tonight was to run against A.J. Burnett. And while that may have been true, it hasn't really changed based on who else has come in to pitch. It really hasn't been a catcher-specific thing either, because both Stewart and Cervelli have worked tonight. You saw that note on your screen. 5 bags tonight by the Cardinals. Their highest stolen base total in just over 5 years.
See what they decide to do here. 2 strikes, 2 balls.
Fouled at the plate. Peralta gets a break.
That's not a good thing tonight. I'm not so sure he fouled this one. I don't think he did.
No, I don't either. The next 2-2. It's going to say if Peralta hit a home run on that pitch after another one of those questionable foul tip calls, yikes.
Got away with one there. Really knew it. Gone away twice. They could go maybe back inside.
And Peralta lines a base hit into left. Carpenter scores the go-ahead run. St. Louis once again goes on top in extra innings.
Just better hitting here. He doesn't quite get it inside enough, though. The ball's down, drops the barrel of the bat.
Second baseman, Pete Cosmo.
Over the drawn-in infield, of course. It's twice now, if that did happen to be the case. The Cardinals cashed in after what could have been and looked like strike three.
First pitch to Pete Cosmo is lifted into center. Peralta was moving on the pitch. He'll retreat back to first with two gone now. Would you believe, John, that Andrew McCutchen is going to have another chance?
He is.
It's unbelievable, this game. McCutchen's 0 for 3 with 3 walks, the last of which was intentional. And he's sitting on a chance to extend a 17-game hitting streak. Here's Yadi Molina now. And it's 0-2.
Looks like Greenwood, who also got recalled from Memphis today.
And Molina's caught looking at a call strike 3. Not before the Cardinals can push across another extra innings run. They'll see if this one can hold up when we come back. Well, as we mentioned, Nick Greenwood just recalled from AAA Memphis, and he's thrown out there to try to save a 1-run lead for the Cardinals in 14 innings tonight. He'll have to go through the toughest part of the Pirates order that remains out there. Greenwood 7-3 at AAA Memphis this year with an ERA in the mid-5s. He'll start things against Neil Walker. We are officially at the 5-hour mark tonight. Neil Walker leads things off for the Bucks and takes a strike.
Guy on the organ has not lost his fever here.
The guy on the organ is most likely a button on an iPad. That's into foul territory and out of reach for Mark Reynolds. Base hit into center field. Well, the pitcher spot is still behind Andrew McCutchen. Runner is first, nobody out, and it would be a dicey proposition to think that they can intentionally walk him again here.
No, that's why that leadoff hit was huge. Because obviously, if he doesn't get a hit, they are going to walk him, or would be tempted to.
McCutchen takes a strike. Again, sitting on a 17-game hitting streak tonight.
It's been a long day for the home plate umpire and the Pittsburgh Pirates. Yeah, that was a tough one for Dutch.
Oh, and 2 to McCutchen now.
You think about it, this is a game where obviously we're approaching one more game after this for the All-Star break, but a frustrating game when you look back and you are going to see the evidence that the Pirates get a chance to see because it's not something you can review. It's going to feel really bad if they're not able to pull this out.
2 best records in the league. 4.5 games of separation atop the NL Central. Oh, and 2 the count to Andrew McCutchen. I want to read for you a trade. This is the trade that brought Greenwood to the Cardinals. July 2010, Greenwood traded by the Padres to St. Louis. As McCutchen sends a ball high and deep to center field. Did he get it? Did he get it? Oh my goodness! Andrew McCutchen wins it in the bottom of the 14th. Forget about the trade. Santa Maria. McCutchen's 5th career walk-off home run, his first since 2013. The final blow in a most unusual night of baseball.
Well, all that frustration turned into elation. One swing.
J.P. Morosi is standing by with tonight's Pittsburgh hero.
Thank you, Matt. Andrew McCutchen, how would you describe the emotions going through your body right now?
It's unbelievable. You know, it's been a battle all day today, man. And, you know, I just got to keep your composure in moments like that, and I was able to do that. And, I mean, that was just an all-around great win.
You mentioned the struggle your team had all day long. Oh. Oh, your fellow All-Star, A.J. Burnett. You need a minute, or are you okay? All right, good. Kutch, you mentioned the struggle all game long. Did you feel like if you just kept getting chances, eventually what we just saw happen was going to happen for you?
Exactly. You know, I got to give it to our pitchers, man. They just kept us in the ball game. We had some big hits late to come back off a great closer like Rosenthal, get a couple runs so we can stay in the ball game. Can't say enough about, you know, this team and our pitching staff just to keep us in the ball game.
You fall behind twice, Andrew, in extra innings. How would you describe the resolve that you saw in your dugout as you guys finally came back and got the win tonight?
Oh, man, you know, it was awesome, man. We got a battle, man. That's what it's all about. We can't have excuses, you know, and we just got to go out there and just do our thing, and that's what we try to do.
You're an MVP and an all-star for a reason, Andrew. Congratulations. Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Matt, back to you.
And to your point, JP, 8 of Andrew McCutchen's 12 home runs this year have either tied the game or given the Pirates the lead. None bigger than that one. We're back to wrap it up from Pittsburgh. A 6-5 extra innings win for the Bucks.